There we go. You know, sometimes I think that it goes live before it actually says it goes live. So you guys just start off the video by looking at me going like 10 seconds. If it happens, it happens. I mean, let me know if it happens. I want to make sure that it doesn't cut me off when I'm saying like, hello, how are you guys doing? But I hope you guys are doing well. Happy Tuesday. Let's jump in. Today we are doing reputation functionality for the dialogue system, loot tables for animals, and handling the player death. Now, if you watched yesterday's stream, what day was that? Day 213. I had a bug. I resolved it. I fixed another bug, and I think everything's working. We're gonna see if that's true. But at least I solved it from what I can tell. All the tasks for potions are working. There was a weird, I won't say bug. I don't know why I did it. I'll show you what I did. I don't know why I did it. Hey Frank too. Good morning. Oh, it's actually right here. I was checking if the tested potion is the exact same length in terms of effects as the requirement that we have. And I don't know why I did that, because that would mean that if we're testing a potion for like restore health, but it has restore health and Aetherlight, then I would have disregarded it. I don't remember why I did it, but I just put it less than or equal, because then that will for sure cut out any potions that don't have enough effects to meet the requirement. And then any others we can test, so I actually just don't know. I don't know. I don't know why it was being done this way, but I think that it's okay now. I think I fixed everything, and we can just start to move on and do some easier stuff today. That would be nice. For a change. And this will close off the reputation and task system entirely in terms of like features, since I don't have anything else to do with it. Let's see here. Let's make a narrative condition. Narrative condition of check reputation. We'll want that open. And we can make a narrative event as well for rewarding reputation. Speaking of narrative rewards, I actually kind of worry that our rewarding the player with items is pretty old and outdated. I don't know. I mean, if it still works, it still works, right? But I don't know if it still works. We'll test everything. We'll give ourselves enough time to test things before preparing all the pitch materials. I mean, this is the month. This is April 1st, April Fool's Day. I have nothing to fool you guys with, unfortunately. All I can say is this is the month where I want to have everything done by the end of it. We'll see if we can do that. I think we can. Okay, check reputation. Get faction reputation, so we will need a input faction ID. Trust in the process.
Mr. President, wake up.
I am waking up, Joe. You wake up. I believe in Harvey Dent. Um... Yeah, we'll do this. Faction ID, reputation, and our comparator. I made a handy little macro for this. How you doing, Rex? Tired? Dude, right? I was busy. I was working till like 8 p.m. last night. I didn't get to play any games. Sadly. Reputation is... I have to do a... I'll do a select here. You know, I like elements of this soundtrack. I wasn't a big fan of Core Keeper. Like, it was a fun game, but it was like so samey after a certain point. It didn't have nearly as much depth as I wanted. Comparator's typo. Oops. There we go. That would have probably bugged the compiler, so thanks for that. Publishers would have given us money. You misspelled comparator. Get the fuck out of here, you. No, it wouldn't have. That's just a joke. Faction ID is equal to none. Put a little bit of error handling in here. Good old select nodes. Easy to use, quite efficient. Very bloated. Okay, reward reputation. This should be easy. Faction ID. Let's see. Copy this too. Rewards. Player with amount, reputation for that'll work. I need to just include, I don't know, a little bit of dialogue that can influence reputation. Ideally, I'd have it affecting more than just dialogue that pops up, but because of the lateness at which we've implemented it, you know, do I want to overhaul the merchant at this point? Not right now. I mean, we can do it later, but not right now. Not this month. Not before first pitching. But I can at the very least make it an optional dialogue or something. Probably just in the lower loop would be the easiest place to throw it. Hello Dio, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. April Fool's Day.
I'm gonna come.
That wasn't me that said that. But that is how I feel whenever people follow the channel. Yeah, we'll put it here. Okay, let's do on conditions. That we haven't even, talked about this before. So has dialogue played? Not. And throw in itself. Also conditional of check reputation. Golden Waste Merchanteers. Check if... Is that not the name of it? Is it underscore name? Yes, okay. Check if the Golden Waste Merchanteer's reputation is greater than 50. We'll do greater than or equal. That's it. That's all we have to do. Do we actually... We don't have reputation rewards on the loot slider. That's something that we didn't add yesterday. I wonder if I can quickly implement that. Something like this could work, but it's pretty low quality. I don't know why, but it looks blurry. That'll work. Do we want to cut out the center? Nah. Nah. Is that a dialogue plugin? It is. Okay. I know. Surprise, surprise. I'll fix that. Shove off. You think I'm gonna pay you with how much you swindle? Get out of here. I'll fix that later. Stealing money from people, their credit cards. Think I'm gonna support a company like that? Yeah, this is Narrative Tales, I think it's called now. Or they might have rechanged it back to Narrative 3. It's this one, it's Narrative Tales. Yeah, if you're just Gen P, Google Gen P, I promise you your life will be fixed. I probably just need to update it. Did it actually export or did it... Oh no, it exported, okay. We cool then, that's all I needed. I would pay for Adobe products if they just weren't such assholes about things. And they didn't use the art that you make in their AI. I think that's pretty scummy. Also, I don't have the money for it, so. Reputation. Function library. Yeah, they do steal everybody's work. They're a bunch of freaks. And I ain't got no qualms pirating their stuff. I don't want to. I could make it fancy, and if the player already has max reputation, we don't show anything. I think I will just not do that. And I'll just show the amount regardless. Okay, faction ID. Get string. I'd hate to have to convert this to string and then back to fname. But I don't really think I have a choice. It's not like this plays often. Doing the change once is okay. Or can I just do a build string? Yeah, I can. Not ideal, but is what it is. Let me do this. If reputation is greater than or equal to 0, do a plus. Number, reputation, or that'll work. Okay, that should play. That should play. We shall see. Okay, let's write a little bit of dialogue. I'm not going to get too crazy with it. Are you part of the Golden Waste Merchanters? Yes, I am. Didn't know Part of our organization. Let's stretch into the fringe wood. I've been doing tasks for the group, collecting items, making the occasional potion or two. Occasional is 2 C's and 2 S's, right? No, it's 1 S. I stupid. Are you doing anything with spoken dialogue at all? You mean like voice acting? It is 100% something I would like to do. And I would have liked to do it for the first playable here. I don't think I'll have it in time for the first pitching. And I can't really voice Spoon very well. And I can't do the female merchant very well. So I was thinking of writing the warrior character, which would tie into Spoon's story. And then just voice acting it myself because that's the cheapest. But yeah, it would be pretty expensive if we wanted to hire other people for it. How many lines? Well, this is just extra lore for Spoon. Not including his encounters. So, it's a bit. And then he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 encounters of varying degree of writing in some of them. So it is a bit, in all honesty. Yeah. It is a bit. And I don't have any good way to export them. So I'd have to copy and paste or rewrite them into like a spreadsheet. I don't look forward to that. But the system does support it, so if I can record the audio, I can insert it. As files encrypted? I mean, they're U assets, so they are obfuscated. They're binary, let's put it that way. Ackwind, how you doing? Yeah, there's no easy way to export them. And I wish I could like copy and paste, but I don't think they copy and paste at all. Well. Certainly not in a great way. Does it even copy the... It should copy the actual text here. Or does it not? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Shit. So if it did, then I could just easily pull it out of here. Oh well. I mean, these are supposed to be local, like they are, you know, F text, so they are meant to be localized with a string table. I think though you can gather all F text in the game using the localization panel, can't you? Admittedly, I've never really fucked around with it too much. But there might be a way to gather all unlocalized F text in the game. There might be a way. I don't know if I could isolate it down to the nodes that are in here. I don't know. If that's possible, that would be pretty easy to grab. There probably is a way. There probably is. I don't know, shit from fuck about game design, but if you end up deciding to go for spoken dialogue route, that's something I can chip in your experience, because fuck, I need experience. We've had a couple people, and it's great that you guys are willing to offer. Mainly, I need a way to gather that, and then to, you know, I can't master that audio. I don't know how the hell to do that. So at least the individuals would have to probably master their own audio, or I don't know. It doesn't need to be great quality for the first playable, but I think having voice acting will be a very positive impact on the game, especially for the amount of dialogue that we intend to have. Characters won't be moving their mouths though at the moment, which is it's like the curve to get to an acceptable point with voice acting is so much higher than not having voice acting, but I absolutely want voice acting. And I don't know if the tweaks that I've made to the dialogue system will be okay with voice acting, but I kind of hope so. Whatsoever is a single word, right? Yes. It's archaic. I would actually argue that whatsoever is not archaic anymore. Game master video popped up. What's a syllable now? only hope that they've been rewarding you amply enough. I wonder if I could change her system of merchanting over to Golden Waste Merchantier's reputation. Because right now she uses her own reputation system. I guess I could. It'll be kind of annoying though. But it could be done. Hmm. Words aren't as much as I was expecting, to be honest. We could do a different branch here, just... in the case that maybe the player helped her enough. Can we assume that the player will have already helped her by the time that they talk about this? In most cases we could. I mean, I'll just reward like 5 reputation or something to test it out. That'll be okay. Let me see what we can do then for that. We could either check potion score. We might have a saved choice for helping her. I think we'll do potion score. Your audiobook mastery macros for Audacity? That's pretty nice. Merchant 1, E1. Good. Yeah, she'll give a little bit of a reward on good or exceptional. That'll work. Reward reputation. Faction. It says bad faction ID, but it is actually okay. I just need to do this. Probably need to do the same thing over here too. Almost absent. Yellow? What's yellow? Oh, I mean yellow. I see. Hair's nice, kind of different. I just got a haircut. I get the same haircut every time. And my poor barber, he's like, hey, do you want anything different this time? And I'm like, no. No, I want the exact same thing that I've been getting from you for so long. I'm boring. I'll put a good word in next time I stop in at a... We want to call it like a... I mean, if the faction has headquarters in the Golden Waste, they might have places to stop in around other areas, since they are a merchanting guild. How do we want to determine that? How do we want to call that? The best boyfriend there is, nothing, noticing hair changes and stuff. I appreciate it. Hey, Vizzle. How you doing, man? Put a good word in next time I stop in at a guild. We'll just say stop in at the guild headquarters. Fuck it, I don't know how else to put it. After all, it's the least I can do for how much you've already helped me. Almost spilled out the milk reaching for the mouse. Oh! Did you guys see, by the way, that Power World is getting a dating simulator? You guys must have seen this, right? What lies inside the mysterious world tree? An exciting school life filled with cute pals. Will you remain friends or fall in love, or dismantle and eat them? Your dream school romance starts here in this Pal World dating sim. When you stroke right there. Ah. That's cute. Meet me behind the gym after school. This is, by the way, the canonically human fucking Pal World. Or Pal and Pal World. That's not even a joke. It's written in her lore. Turn it off, I'm at work. What this is actually gonna sell so well. It's horrible how this might spawn. Oh yeah, of course, student ID 69. I'm not surprised. This will spawn a new series of dating sims. And people are gonna love it. Oh, the idea of love ender was always 69? Oh, I didn't know that. I should have known that. I should have guessed that. Let's be honest. The fact that you knew that says a lot about you. I think nothing of an alchemist. Normally I would do some more branching here, but honestly I'm just gonna write this in. Shut up, phone. I don't need you to buzz that it's 9 a.m. I don't know why I still have that on, to be fair. More random LinkedIn requests. Why am I not surprised? Short talk about golden waste merchanteers. Okay, that'll work. It would be nice to have some cheats for reputation. Max all faction, or max all reputation. Would be a nice one. Hey, Fludio. Cheats. Call cheat from ID. Do I have faction? Oh no, factions are... Okay, I can do this way. actions for each loop. Update faction reputation. We clamp it so I can just put in 1,000 here. That way if the player does have negative reputation or something, this will resolve that. Oops, not that. Is the dialogue system part of UE? It is a plugin. It's called Narrative Tales. This one here. Okay, let's see. Will that have... I don't think it should. We'll see if it does. Cheat. Max. Reputation. Max all reputation, maxes all factions and reputation. Obviously. Throw that in progression, cheat, max reputation. There we go. Okay, we can test that out. Why is there an invalid message note here? Change speed of character? I did do a merge. Maybe I got the wrong version of a file. Hold on. I can fix that. If you get a personal license for plugin and then you turn it to professional because of revenue or funding threshold, do you have to rebuy a license as pro? Apparently not. Apparently, as long as you qualified for that license at the time that you purchased it, you do not have to upgrade the license. I mean, in general, it's great. Apparently, according to somebody's interpretation of that. Hold on. Let me working on finalizing reputation system. We'll just grab that. We'll replace it. Oops. I mean to open Steam. Fine. Maybe there's a delegate in there. Just pop up for Astroneer there. I almost worked on Astroneer. Almost worked. I think I was a little bit too too fresh to the industry still. But they did interview me, and they were very nice. This was like long ago. This was back when like Astroneer just came out, and I was still in the States looking for work. It would have been cool though to work on Astroneer. And then after that, I did an interview with EA, and I am very glad I didn't get the job. In hindsight, probably a good thing. To be fair though, and if you work in a place like EA, you have a lot of internal mobility. If you want to switch from, I don't know, some team in EA to a different team in EA, I bet that they do prioritize heavily hiring from other people in their own circles. So you'll be looked after. And EA is at least making money compared to Ubisoft. Hey, Lepus. That still has a bad messaging node. I don't know what's going on there. Why is there a line trace? That spur must be working on something. Maybe I shouldn't have merged in its changes yet. It's fine, I don't need that to work today. Max all reputation, let's see if it works. Oh. It does indeed. What I should do is run update task scrolls at the end of that too. That is working. Access none. Okay, he is clearly in the midst of working on something. I will just unhook it for now, so as not to worry about it. When you say loot table spamels, you mean what they drop when you kill them? Yes. That is exactly what that means. Does update task scrolls also update the reputation? I guess we will see. Yes, it does. Very nice. Okay. Then let us get Spoon here. I'm so happy we added that cheat menu. We should have done that ages ago. We'll get him killed. And then the merchant should spawn. Oh, I think that that invalid task is breaking these. I shouldn't have merged from that branch. That was my mistake. Okay, Miss Merchant, who doesn't need to stand on the stool because she's not short. Are you part of the Golden Waste Merchanteers? It is the correct name for it, though, right? It's not Golden... No, I think that is correct. We'll double check. Yeah, no, that's fine. In no word of our organization, word stretch into the fringe wood. Doing tasks for the group, collecting items, making the occasional potion or two. Hopefully you haven't been too demanding. No problem whatsoever. Great to hear them rewarding you well, right? Can't complain. Doesn't go anywhere. That's kind of weird. Why doesn't that go anywhere? Oh, because I don't think I hooked it up to the backup. To the backup line. That was my mistake. Yeah, I only hooked it up to these two. That'll fix it. Good thing is we know that it is popping up, so I'll help her out with her first potion requirement. I don't remember what she needs, and then we will see what she says about it. Let me double check what she needs for it though. Just fortify stamina, and then a secondary effect of lightness. That'll be easy. Potion of lightness. Get Spoon killed. See ya, bozo. Oh wait, she needed Fortify Stamina as the main driver for that, right? Fortify Stamina, tier 2. Ooh, Lamb's Ear is pretty good for this. Replace the... Beautiful, okay. Lightness, Fortify Stamina, and we can even throw Strength Boost down there. I don't think anything currently has Strength Boost, though. No, but we could mix two things. Try that. It's got Poison. That'll mix with the Zombie Brain, unfortunately. We don't want that, that's for sure. Oh, Shiitake? We know that game. Has Warmth too. Oh, she's gonna love this potion. This is a good potion too. Relatively easy things to find as well. Dragon's Eye, Shiitake, Chantrelli, Lamb's Ear, Zombie Brain, these are all pretty common. A good potion. Worth a little bit too. Very nice. Stamina fortifying filter of the hearth. Oh, by the way, yesterday I did, after work, I fixed that bug that we had. So, should be good. Already thought about how you're going to market the game? A little bit. Not too much. That won't be on my back. You know, I can give some advice to the publisher, but that'll be on the publisher's head. Oh, she does want it sweet. It's fine, I'll just give her this. Yeah, she'd buy that for 30. Pretty nice. Are they gonna do that for you? Yes, that will be part of our deal. So they don't have to, by the way. You can just hire a publisher to help you with. I mean, if you're going with a publisher, they're going to be doing some marketing for you either way because they want to make money. But you don't have to have most of the marketing or all of the marketing be on the shoulders of the publisher, and you might be able to get a better deal that way. You might just want them for like localization or porting or some, you know, co-dev assistance, anything. You can also go with multiple publishers and have them do different things. This should at least give me a good potion result. But I think I only print it to log, so I can double check. Considered bad. It's annoying. But for multiple platforms? Not initially. Hello again, Alchemist. Thank you for the potion you gave me. It was fantastic. The potion did something quite nice that I was not expecting. I felt much lighter on my feet after sipping the dram. Quite a positive feeling. Additionally, something else quite fortuitous occurred. Toting around all this equipment, not only to stay alive, but also to sell, has always been hard on my bones. Whatever you put in that potion was very much appreciated, as I found my travels much easier and lighter. Another positive thing about the potion, the nights do have a habit of getting cold, but your potion warmed me as well as any wine in the belly. Perhaps I shall return to request another winter when winter arrives. I appreciate whatever you added that did that. Potion's flavor was not as sweet as I had requested, unfortunately. Well, I did add a warming effect just in case the morning chill wasn't to your taste. Those early mornings, especially with the frost creeping in, as I got closer to the ice marches, really did make me appreciate the effect even more. I'm glad the potion could be of use. Why it was considered bad though? I wonder if it's because of the lack of flavor. I might penalize flavor quite a bit. I forgot to do the flavor. She did ask for flavor, I didn't do the flavor. There is a flavor penalty of 10. Means she should have given me 43. That wouldn't have been the good threshold. That's mainly due to the fact that she only wanted lightness. Or she wanted fortify stamina on the main potion, but she wanted lightness on the secondary one. We plan to fix this with a different system. That'll be done in vertical. It's annoying. Oh, you recorded something? I'll take a listen to it after the stream. And we can talk about it. I'll have to take a look if I can actually export lines. I think that I can. I just have not worked with the localization dashboard as much as I would have liked to. Let me remake the potion, but do it right for her. Instead of stupidly. So just make her the fortify stamina potion initially. Crab has 2. Reef seed goes up to 2. Can't imagine the caterpillar has much, no. Bream has 2. Not a whole lot has 3, does it? Well, it is what it is. Working on the dating sim portion today. Shut up. Get out of here. Okay, where's this lightness? Could do the lightness too with fortify stamina. Yeah, that'll work. Nice simple potion. She did want the fortify stamina to be sweet though. Let me fix that. That'll be a lot better because it has lower bitterness. This is a bit earthy, but it should even out. Fortify stamina 3, then we'll throw some honey on it. That's pretty sweet. He's got a sweet tooth, so we could also do yellow crystal sweet, right? No. The red crystal? One of the crystals is sweet. This one. It'll work. Okay. Services, blah, blah, blah. Any flavor, sure. Go for it. Give potion. That and that. Our new system for handling that will be a lot better than this. I think it'd be easier too. If anybody's wondering, the system that I'm talking about is a, it turns NPC requests into problems. And you give a single potion per problem. So no more of like main potion and secondary potions. And this would allow us to have as many problems as we want for the NPCs for you to be able to solve for the NPCs. Much better that way. The other push provided also had some positive outcomes. I felt much lighter on my feet after sipping the dram. Quite a positive feeling. Your forethought is much appreciated. Well, hopefully the lightness effect was useful. Thought it might help with all the heavy stuff you carry. Never hurts to be a little extra light on the feet, especially early or in the morning before the sounds of the insects can help mask footsteps. I'm happy to hear your journey went smoothly. Yeah, thank you for making such exceptional potions for me. You've proven your abilities and then some. Happy I could be of assistance. So depending on what that gave us, which should have been a pretty good outcome. True. Attempted to access random index from empty array.
Shiitake?
Good question. Oh, we got exceptional. Okay. Yeah, we got an exceptional potion score from her. So now if we ask about this. Blah, blah, blah. Doing tasks. No problem whatsoever. I can't complain. I'll put a good word next to my stop at the guild headquarters. After all, it's the least I can do for how much you've already helped with me. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Awesome. She gave us that reward. Apart from learning of Sir Brandt. We don't know about Sir Brandt. Do we? Oh, because we should jump back to this node. I had the wrong one in there. Your work did in April's fooling you over 250 mails of various alerts and incidents overnight? Is that for real? Like, they weren't real issues, right? Hopefully. It's quite a stressful thing to wake up to, though. Tempted to access random index from empty array. Doesn't even tell me what function caused it. How is that helpful? What kind of warning is that? Not even an error, to be honest. Like, it wouldn't cause a problem, but I don't want a million warnings to pop up in my box. And you know, we have quite a few random array item calls.
Wrong.
Maybe it was here? But I do a check for passing array. Could be here. Probably is here. Yeah, it's here. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's not going to cause a crash or anything bad to happen. Just poops out the yellow. But sometimes it is what it is. Overzealous warnings. Classic issue. Pooping yellow ain't healthy. We'll tell that to Epic. It is what it is. Oh, they are real? You had a massive storage space issue? Oopsies. Uh-oh. No, don't dribble down. I'll lick you up. You're tasty. It's the cola, chat. Not something else. Don't take that out of context. Okay, we do have reputation functionality to the dialogue system. It is very basic. We could add a little bit more maybe just to her responses. Does she have any like special response for a good potion that I could easily attach it to? Where is it? Merchant 1 E2. You could lose reputation if you fuck with her. That could be fun. Let's do it. Reward reputation. -50. Rewards the player with -50 reputation. We'll take off some reputation here, but it won't be super significant. It's not gonna be -50, but it'll be like -15 or something. You know what we should do is take the green arrow and do a red arrow like down for negative reputation. Although Photoshop is bitching at me, so because God forbid I don't want to give Adobe money. It's crazy how if you're an unethical company, I don't want to give you money. Imagine that. A lot of companies are unethical. Not Ubisoft. Assassin's Creed Shadows was a return to form. A formless penis shape thing, yeah. Well, some people like penis. Penis is not always a bad thing. Hoffnix, thank you for the follow. Was it what I said about penis? Definitely worth a follow. Is that the secret? Do I just have to talk about dick all the time? Like 7 to 8 hours straight while I stream? Is that the secret? Only one way to find out. Get some grass topic as well. I think there's another topic that was brought up yesterday. Oh no, never mind, there wasn't. That was something else. Somebody asking about my opinions with a dev team of over 100 people. And whether or not that's still viable. Which the answer to the person, if they're watching, I don't know if they are. Yes, it is still very viable. But it is very true that there are plenty of games that could have been made with far fewer people. And might have been better for it. Adding another person to your team does not mean that you're doing 200% of the... You're having 200% of the output. Adding in 10 people does not mean that you have 1000% of the output. There is a diminishing return. And if you can't manage those people, then you will have a negative output because you will have more overhead than you can actually handle. The optimal size for a team is about 7 to 8 people, but then you can split up teams into, these are like strike teams, and you would have multiple strike teams within a larger company, so. But you will still have diminishing return on adding another person to the team. You put 1,000 people to make a small game, they make it instantly. You know, sometimes I wish that were the case. Some things do have better output per person than others. Some things, but there's always going to be a bottleneck. And if you have, I don't know, if you have 100 artists on your team making a small game, your bottleneck is now going to be implementation of the art, testing of the art. Even if, sure, you know, you could have, okay, you're going to make, you 3 are going to make trees today, you 3 are going to make rocks, you 5 are going to make buildings. Sure, great. You know, if you have those tasks made and the asset list ready, but now it's like your level designers are going to be the bottleneck. Somebody has to implement these. Your level artists are going to be the bottleneck. What are the bottlenecks? Telling people what to do can take days. Well, that's normally why you would have like you would have a sprint and you would have a grooming session for that. Horrible word for it, but you know, that's like, okay, what can we do? What do we need to do for this feature? What's our asset list going to look like for this new level that needs to be added? Can we reuse assets? No. Okay, we have to make a new asset for this. Yeah, you can do like a grooming session, a planning session in a couple hours. Grooming session is a dangerous word to throw out there in 2025. It really is, isn't it? But yeah, if you have like 100 artists, then you'll have to have so much management overhead, right? You'll have to split them into smaller teams. Like this is the foliage team, and then you'll have to have a lead of foliage art or something, or maybe you could put that just under the lead artist. But then somebody's got to manage that. You might even need 2 producers because managing 100 artists and all the tasks that go along with that is going to be quite nasty. You'll have to have multiple people to review. So, you know, it expands and expands and expands, and sometimes you could argue, okay, well, let's just delete half these people and added a bit more time to make the game, and it'll be more efficient. Once I guess the vision right get to stay, everyone else is definitely not aligned. Okay, I think this is fine. Reputation could be more properly implemented, but for right now, whatever. Whatever. Adding in loot tables for animals. Handling player death I kind of want to do first. I could just tick check the player's health. Where do we do that? Hold on, let me check. What do we send for that? Are we in the player's ability system? I don't think there's like a dead or alive status. That should account for any floating point issues. Is that the right attribute set though? Or is it base attribute? We'll see. I'll just print. Look it. I'll definitely contact you after stream, Frank, too. I just don't want to worry about anything audio related during the stream. This is my last month to finalize everything for the pitch, so... Well, for the first pitching sessions. I think this is the right attribute. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That'll work. We're gonna make a super simple death screen. I really don't need it to be special or crazy or wild in any way. It's gonna say, oh no, you died. You're so stupid. Idiot. Dead idiot. And then the player can just spawn back at the hut. Fuck it. Hey, Kababa. How many of you are working on this project? Right now, mainly 2. But our intent is to get funding to hire about 15 full-time people. Okay, we'll make this very easy on ourselves. Let's put a blur. We could also put a... Let's do this too. Tulu414, thank you for the follow. Hope you guys are having a good Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Stick that behind. Make this seem so easy to hurt my brain. It's just a lot of years of experience. And don't worry, there are still a lot of things that hurt my brain. Anything art related would be one. Thank you, but no thank you. I could just size box this. Let's do a size box on it. We'll do their size to content, center horizontally, bring it down a little bit, 150 maybe. You have died. Do we want to use the I eat crayons? It kind of looks sinister with that. What a stupid font. I love it so much. You have died, dumb idiot. No, we can't do that. We'll just do you've died. Yeah, that'll work. Should have seen him doing water. That was brain melt. Fuck the water. Fuck the water. Everything about this was just torture. I wanted to end myself. Dramox, thank you for the resub, man. Good to see you.
Dramox just subscribed. Udaid V is next.
True. Speaking of the art aspect of development, is it a crucial skill to have before starting development on any engine? It depends on what you want to do and if you want to build something alone. If you plan to build alone, you will inevitably have to learn how to do pretty much everything. If you want to work with other people, you can find artists to work with, though I will say that that is easier said than done. Especially if you need them to have some prior experience working in the engine. That can be pretty difficult to find. It also depends on what engine. Finding people who, you know, can do art in Unreal and know how to work with Unreal is probably a little bit more challenging than finding somebody who can just make you some sprites or something to implement into Godot or to Unity or some other engine like that. A lot of depends. You have dropped all of your... Oh, we can't determine that. For this prototype, you can simply spawn back at the hut with no consequence. Keep it easy. A full game is made a day. I don't count game jams as they aren't usually full experiences. Yeah, most game jam games do not end up with a completed project. But that's okay. Sometimes they can push you in a positive way, and you can always finish a game jam game afterwards. But game jams are a great way to meet people. And itch.io usually has a nice running list of jams. There are quite a few starting today. They don't have very many people though. RPG Maker has a jam going on right now. Road Trip Game Jam has 2,000 people. There's a mini game jam here for 125 people. And usually most of these will have a Discord that you can join to meet people and to form teams. Like right here. I'm just going to teaching you the crunch and how to drop out fast. Well, if I found anything wrong with what you just said, I would state it. And there's a reason why I haven't stated it. Game jams, I would say, are best joined with friends, with people that you know, you trust, who you know aren't gonna fuck you over. Fuck Capitalism Jam 2025. Ah, yes. Nothing says fuck you to capitalism like crunching really hard on a project. In order to not make any money. The jam will be ranked the single anti-capitalist power criteria. Included on a high dose of sharp criticism, hurtful satire, documented atrocities, pure rage, awesome alternatives, and or day-to-day tricks to fight against rampant capitalism in creative ways. Wow. Paid projects are not allowed. Well, that's on point. Be kind to everybody taking part in the jam. What if I'm a capitalist? Will they be kind to me? Wow. What a world. I joke about it, but cronyism is kind of horrible. Capitalism is not inherently bad, but cronyism is horrible. No idea is inherently evil. Just people that misuse them. It's true. I mean, except for the idea of exterminating an entire race of people. I mean, I feel like that idea might inherently be a little bit problematic. Just a tad. Only problematic if evil people work in it, otherwise it's just an idea. I don't actually want to kill everybody. It's an idea. It's a jumping off point. That's good enough. Is capitalism bad? I don't think so. But I think in everything, regulation is necessary to prevent corrupt people from taking it over and doing bad things with it. I'm just gonna really, really hard code this. Ability system component. Can I update attribute or set attribute? Way to do it. I don't know if it's possible to keep corruption out of capitalism. I don't know if it's possible to keep corruption out of any governmental system. Humans are too fallible to keep themselves in check. I think that inevitably every single hierarchical system will find itself overtaken by corruption at some point. For some it might be 10 years, for some it might be 100, but it's always going to happen. I think it's a fun thought exercise to make a fully foolproof anti-corruption government. I don't know if it's possible though. Mechatocracy, let's get ruled by impartial machines. Somebody's got to be in charge of the machines. And the moment somebody's put in charge of the machines, that is power that will be misused at some point. I don't know. I don't know. Is Cuthbert around right now? Love to ask him about this. I think the money can get above the law is a problem. Skynet was kind of okay, everyone was miserable. That was very fair to everyone. I can add attribute. It's animation data. How the hell do I set attributes with the ability system? do you do that? V5 update. Gas attribute. An effect. I have to use an effect. Okay. Apply gameplay effect spec to self. Apply gameplay effect to self. How does this change on level? Is it 50? 50 per level? We can try it. We'll see if it works. We probably should clear all gameplay effects too, if we can. Remove active gameplay effect. Can I get all active gameplay effects? Get active gameplay effects with all tags. For each. Remove. Okay. Active gameplay effect handle structure. Remove active gameplay effect. Stacks to remove. I guess that'll remove all of them. I hope this actually checks though, because this is the parent, but I think that it will return all the proper tags. This is the, if the player is on fire and they die, but they're still on fire, I want to remove that first, and then we can restore their health. And then we can teleport the player back to the hut. Probably just call a cheat, actually. Call cheat from ID. I don't remember what the row name is. Cheat teleport hut. Remove from parent. First, just set visibility to collapsed. And we can restore input. I don't remember what I named it. I think it's like input core or something. I don't remember what I named it. Add base inputs. Get player controller. Mouse. Set input mode game only. I think that'll work. Remove all active effects. Restore the player's health. Teleport the player to the HUD. Collapse the widget. Give back input. Set input back to the game. Remove the widget. And send it to garbage collector. Should work. Now if the player dies, we need to remove base inputs. Create widget. Player death widget. We could pause the game. I could pause the game. I was thinking of participating in a jam, but that would be less time working on my project. It's a good way to meet people. What's a jam? A game jam. It's a structured event where you participate in making a small game based on a topic with other people or by yourself. It runs for a very small amount of time, usually like a few days to a couple weeks. And at the end of it, the games get judged. And sometimes, depending on the jam, the winner games will get like a reward, a cash reward or something. We will maximize the Z order on that, just so it always appears on top. Let's combat HUD. Hide combat HUD. Crosshair visibility. We'll do a small delay here. Just to let that restore health effect go into it. The restore health is immediate, but better safe than sorry. It's so funny. I'm doing well. How about you? We can try pausing the game and just see if that's okay. Then we can unpause the game. Show combat HUD. Update crosshair. Set game paused. Unpaused. Watching a walkthrough on Octopath. It's pretty nice. It's a fun game. And the combat system. Ooh, I like it. I think this should work. You don't have enough time nowadays to play games, so when I do, I feel guilty about after 30 minutes. Do you end up watching those, like Red Dead Redemption 2, the movie? Where somebody just splices in gameplay and all of the cutscenes? Stuff like that's pretty nice, like if you ever want to enjoy a game. There's also like The Last of Us game, movie, all cutscenes, game, movie. The best ones I think are the ones that splice in gameplay, at least during like the combat section, so that you get an understanding of how things progressed. They're pretty nice to watch if you don't have a lot of time to play games but still want to enjoy the stories. Bought Red Dead, played like 20 minutes. Apparently Red Dead 2 is a pretty controversial game for people who either think that the gameplay is horrible or that the gameplay is amazing. Which is understandable, it does play very differently from the first game. Don't see my mouse cursor. Did I accidentally hide mouse cursor? Did not restore my health either. Fuck Red Dead Redemption 2. Tried Hogwarts Legacy, I made an account on the WB site, and it seems I am a Ravenclaw according to the survey. I am too. I'm a Ravenclaw. We have a cool common room up in the astronomy tower. You bought Cyberpunk and same story? For some people don't like the linear games like that. That's understandable. I mean, I wouldn't say that Cyberpunk or Red Dead is exactly a linear game, but they do have those linear stories. Oh yeah, I did hide it. Hold on. Fix that. You played it almost entirely. It was Tales of Arise. Man, you can't play Red Dead Redemption, but you can play a Tales game. Those are not short games. As far as I remember. Unless I'm thinking of a different series. They're not a very short game. Oh, I used to play it as a kid, so lots of nostalgia. Understandable. Understandable. Hmm. curious about something. Cyberpunk is pretty linear, at least compared to what they said it was going to be, which was an RPG first, a shooter second. It's none. Yeah, it isn't. I don't know. I understand. I'm not. Look, no matter what somebody in the internet says, if you enjoy a game, enjoy it, and I'm not gonna take that away from you. But for me, Cyberpunk was quite a big letdown. We'll say the DLC saves it, but to me it felt kind of boring. I've not played the DLC. I do like political intrigue, but I could never get through the base game because the open world of Cyberpunk 2077 is just one of the worst open worlds from a gameplay perspective. Visually great. Why does it not apply the gameplay effect? Is this the wrong thing to call? Do I have to apply the spec? What do you think of Starfield? I think Starfield is a game. It is a game. It had some cool things, it had some not so cool things, and ultimately, it's kind of forgettable. Why can I not just restore some fucking health? God, I fucking hate the stupid ass gas. Where's restore health? Do I have to use like a Q instead of a gameplay effect? Is there a... You partnered in all the art? No, we didn't do any of the art. All the art is placeholder, so this is just a prototype. And once we get funding, we will be rebuilding the game from scratch and building out our own art. So this is mainly just to impress publishers. The player won't see any of this or anything. Just, hey, publishers, do you like the game idea? Do you like the general art style? Okay. Money, please. And then we will do it all from scratch. With our own unique style. To impress the dumb suits. Oh. I'm looking around for something that you said that was incorrect. I can't find it. Active gameplay effect handle structure. That just handles the... Base attribute set, current health. I mean, it's an instant policy. It should just be applied. And Kotspur's not on yet, so I can't ask him. That's annoying. Buster D. I will say though, I really don't think Starfield is that horrendous of a game. I just think that they overhyped it and people were expecting it to be more of a immersive sim like previous Bethesda titles, and it was way more of an action game. Which if you expected to be more of an immersive sim, 100% agree, 100% understand. It was disappointing, let's put it that way, but I didn't hate my time with it. And it wasn't that buggy. I don't know, I had a pretty stable experience playing the game. I mean, I can do it before the delay. You're buggy? Shut up. How do you control the hype, though? Don't overpromise in a lot of cases. And honestly, I think that a studio like Bethesda has a lot to live up to. I think that also Cyberpunk suffered from this a bit. I can see the... It's applying the queue. Is it just maybe not enough of a level? Do I have to apply more? But No Man's Sky, you'll have a good idea what not to do. Dude, No Man's Sky fucked up hard. I'm glad that the game is better now, but anybody who remembers the hype and what Sean Murray was saying around No Man's Sky is going to have a hard time forgiving him. It's playing the particles. That's frustrating. I'll get Kotspur to pop on. Come in the stream a sec when you see this. You took days off to no life the game in 24 hours and I was a broken man. It's not even that the game wasn't what it was promised, it was actually just unplayable. The FOV was like 30. The game would crash when you did anything. And then on top of that, it was nothing like it was promised. And then you got to the center of the universe that was super hyped up, like what could be at the center of the universe, and it was literally just New Game Plus. You didn't have any technical issues? You got lucky then. Maybe it was mainly console. I remember the game barely ran on PC. It had a horrible performance, and on console it just would crash after literally everything that happened. Has played Split Fiction yet? I have not. I think Lazy Fangs has though. Do I have to like make and affect context? Maybe it is. Maybe I have to do that. It's so frustrating. Got your hands on a preview copy of Skyrim 2 weeks before it came out? That's crazy. That version had almost no bugs that the launch copy had. Vanilla Skyrim still has some bugs, otherwise there wouldn't be a need for a community patch. I think people that were saying that like Starfield was buggy on launch clearly never played any other Bethesda game on launch. Because Starfield was pretty stable. I only had a few crashes. I had no progression stopper bugs. It was pretty decent. I had some visual bugs, but nothing too crazy. Do I just move on from this and wait till Cuthbert arrives? Maybe I should. At least the respawning works. We'll just wait till Cuthbert arrives. I'll just move on. We'll do the loot tables for animals. We have quite a few animals, though. We have the boar, the butterfly, the blatopo, the porin, the racco, the shaga, and the snailo. And technically the urchin. Stardew isn't focused on Terraria. Well, Stardew's also very different than Terraria. Terraria is like combat and boss focused, and Stardew is really just like relaxing. If you're a tryhard completionist, Terraria is better, but if you're just trying to relax and like chill with somebody, Stardew's okay. But I think they have different focuses. Well, we have a lot of like meat and bones that we could use. I think. And these don't have to be ingredients. These could also just be things to sell. So we don't have to go too crazy with them. Let's see here. I'm gonna quickly make a new folder. Just as like a working place, just to get all the names proper. And then I'll move them over here. Cult of the Lamb supports multiplayer. It's a good game. Cult of the Lamb is a good game. A little bit too easy, but good game. I do like Gunfire Reborn and RoboQuest. Those are both really enjoyable. There's also, you know, Deep Rock Galactic has a good go-to. GTFO if you want something really hardcore. Be prepared to die a lot, though. Off with GTFO. It's a fun game. It's well made. Baldur's Gate 3 is worse co-op than single player. Hot take. I actually don't think the Baldur's Gate 3 co-op is very good. I think it's pretty poorly designed. T... Do I just call it boar meat or do I do ing boar meat? Hard to find people to play with. GTFO has a really good Discord to find people to play with. And playing with randoms in GTFO is pretty decent, actually. I think that Baldur's Gate 3 co-op is workable. It's okay. It's good in combat. Combat co-op Baldur's Gate 3 great. Dialogue Baldur's Gate 3 co-op horrendous. Bad experience, not good. Boulder. If you like tower defense, Dungeon Defenders and Death Trap are both super cheap and have great co-op experiences. But go for Dungeon Defenders 1, not Dungeon Defenders 2. You get so much damn content for 34 Zloty for like $10. Massive amounts. And this is a like tower defense RPG game. So there's tons of upgrading your character and playing with multiple characters, getting better loot. Dungeon Defenders is a classic and still fun all these years later. And if you like this kind of like ARPG tower defense game, Death Trap is not super well known, but very fun as well. Okay, we can do like boar. Trine is classic too, Trine is great. Boar meat. We can do like a tuft of boar fur or something. It'd be like a boar tusk. Some of these could be ingredients, some of them could just be junk. Jenkum? No, not Jenkum. Just junk, not Jenkum. A different way. What are you working on? Adding in loot tables and loot for animals, since they are now killable. Boar fur. I'm gonna make a boar tooth necklace, but that's gonna be a junk item. Hold on. Cows like parchment equals cow level. Things like that might be possible. I will say that, and I might have somebody designing some of those things at the moment. Watching the first streams last weekend. Game came a long way. We started, I don't think we even started making the game. We just started by making an interaction. I'm gonna come. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The alchemy pad to make the potions? Yeah, the first thing we did was, well, we made the interaction system, and then we worked on the alchemy system. And that was just in like a separate level to test if the alchemy was enjoyable, and it was. And then we pretty quickly prototyped the bare bones of this level. And just kept expanding, kept adding things and adding things. Little bit by little bit. Okay, I think the boar is okay. We need the butterfly. But I don't really have like butterfly wing icons. We've done it in the same order if he came back to... He would come back to day one. I'm glad we started with alchemy. I would have also started by putting in the basics of potion combat earlier on, but we didn't know that we wanted it. So, I don't know. Could it have been done more efficiently? Yes. Am I upset with the way that we did it? Nah, not really. I'm just gonna copy the butterfly wing icon from Skyrim. Don't judge. It's a web P. More like web penis. Yeah, I'm okay with how things have been turning out. I really am. Fuck it, it works. What else from a butterfly? I don't know if I have anything in here that would work super well for butterflies. Your yawning has effectively infected me. Sorry, man. So the music is pretty chill sometimes. But yeah, take care. Thanks for hanging out. I had like a little antenna. I don't think I have anything that can pass off as an antenna, though. One of the spears? Oh, something. Could check here too. These are herbal stuff. But maybe one of these I could pass off. There's something kind of weird looking. Haunting icon? My brother in Christ. Lazy fangs. They're all called hunting icons. Is that an asset pack? Yeah, I bought it on like a Humble Bundle some time ago. Like fourth column. We could do like the butterfly antenna balls. Maybe something from here? Not really. Oh, I just checked that. Problem is if I look up like antenna icon, this is what I get. Discord? Okay, let me check. That one? Looks like a pig penis. Where is that? Where the fuck it be? Oh, here it is. It could work. It's passable. Much like somebody who has received really good top and bottom surgery, it is passable. Butterfly antenna. I don't know where that came from. Move past it. A platopo. T platopo tongue. There's some like leather, maybe like a platopo hide. But would that be, I think that could be sold. Let's make that a junk icon. Yeah. That'll do. We have the pudding. I'm sure I have some slime or something, right? I have this. Blue, though. Agent Sausage, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. AI icons? No, these are not AI icons. These were made by somebody. I don't remember where I got these. These were from a Humble Bundle. A long time ago. It might have been like this one or something. Yeah, you know what? It might have been this one. And I just downloaded the ones that I think were most relevant to what we were working on. Like the herbal icons, fishing icons, the hunting icons, potion. It's pretty nice though. It has like a lot of spells and sci-fi. Maybe I should have gotten the witchcraft one. Yeah, it was nice. It was very good. Never know what Humble Bundle has. Got some Cinti right now. Some game dev environments. These are great for prototyping with. How do you figure out if you should learn Unity or Unreal? It's a good question, Agent Sausage. I think it's up to you. I mean, you'll find success either way, but if you don't feel very comfortable with programming, you might want to lean towards Unreal. If you're working in 3D, Unreal has a lot of out-of-the-box solutions. If you're working more with 2D, Unity is much better for that. Lazy Fangs is a Unity hardcoreist, so don't listen to him. Stylized Paradise Gardens. Why does this look fake? Oh no, it's not. It's a very weird angle. Yeah, it's a pretty nice environment though. Doesn't look like a whole huge amount of props. Well, it's not terrible, but yeah, not a huge amount of props. But some good buildings. And hey, for how cheap some of this stuff is, can't complain. Not horrible though. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like games look better in Unreal. Not sure why or how. More out-of-the-box solutions for making games look better, but you can make both engines look fantastic. There's a big misconception about Unity and 3D. Unity is not best for 2D games only. You can do anything. Well, what I mean is that Unity has better solutions for 2D than Unreal does. But you can make fantastic looking 3D games and 2D games in both engines, if you know what you're doing. Octopath Traveler is made in Unreal. Genshin is made in Unity. I mean, you really can make both engines sing if you know what you're doing. Subnautica is made in Unity. That's a good point too. Let's see here. Pouring leaf. I can do this crystal. We also have another slime, so maybe we shouldn't give everything to the pouring. We have like the Shaga. Yeah, that's fine. The engine is not singing, try restarting it. You could learn both. You really could. I mean, both engines work similarly if you're like placing objects. And if you know a little bit of how to use one, it will help you to learn how to use another. I mean, are you trying to be like a hobbyist dev, or are you trying to be a... Are you trying to be professional dev? The thing is, most proprietary game engines are made in C++. So if you learn C++ for Unreal, but you don't want to work with Unreal in the future, you will probably have better C++ experience from delving into Unreal. Unreal also has really good garbage collection and preventative measures for memory leaks and all that stuff. Unity does require a little bit more work with that. Won't blueprints save you from most coding? They can. They can, but you do have to learn logic, like Dramok says. Like, if you don't understand the logic, then you will not understand blueprints. I'd like to enter the industry as a whole, so I wanted to self-learn skills, create some projects, do game jams to get a job in a studio. That's a pretty good idea for it. Then I would say that Unreal is just faster for prototyping, especially because you can just obtain so much free stuff right off the bat. But it's worth trying both. I mean, you won't lose anything by trying both. And you might find that you like one more than the other. Game Maker is worth trying too. It's true. Especially if you're like super new to everything game dev. Learning like Game Maker can at least just give you the basics of the logic without having you think too hard about anything related to coding. The Rakoko. We could give Fur. He does have a little cute little leaf on top of him too. I don't know if all the portings have leaves. Let me check. Porting. Porting B has like a dildo on his head. The Racco does have a leaf. If you're going to make a game fully in BPs, you really need to understand how they work and how to use them optimally. It's easy to screw yourself and do something because it's easier. It depends though. I mean, there's a lot you can get away with. Even hard references, you can get away with a lot of hard references and not use very much memory. Not that you should do that, but you can do that. Want to penetrate the industry, then focus on Unreal and Unity. If you do Unreal and learn Unreal and CPP, you pretty much have an entry in 99% of the jobs out there. Yeah, I agree with Dramworks. And before event tick, hey, some things are good to put on event tick. Some things you should have on your event tick. But I agree generally. But I think that there's like 3 things that people get all hot and bothered about when they're telling people how to make games in Unreal. They'll say, don't put anything on event tick. Not true. Just depends on what you put on there. Don't do casts. Again, bad information. Casts are okay in a lot of cases. And don't do hard references. Hard references are fine. Just know what you're referencing and know what it can cause if you don't do it properly. Event tick is like the update loop. Yeah, it runs every tick of the game. Essentially every frame update. What was I doing? Oh yeah, icons. You need to understand how it works and when it's okay to use it. Or you need to? Yeah, I agree. And not a lot of the tutorials will teach you that information. They'll just say, don't do it. Like we had some people, you know, I had some like newcomers come in and say, oh, you have stuff on event tick. It's like, yeah, it's my line traces for interaction. That's where it has to be. I have to know what I'm looking at. And doing like 4 or 5 line traces even at every tick is gonna be fine. As long as they're not like multi-line traces where you're penetrating objects, or they're not super long and you have to grab a shit ton of data. Regular ass line traces are fine though. Hey Casper. Do something outside of casting event tick, then you could do it that way? Yeah, 100% agree. 100%. Casper, I had a question. How can I restore the player's health without... How can I just restore the player's health? With this fucking gas shit system. Great effect. I do want to just run the restore health. That's all I want to do is just run restore health. But I can't seem to call it properly. I don't know which one to use. And neither of these work. Topic of tutorial and tutorial hell, learn from them, but question, or at least try to understand why is the person doing things in a certain way. Yeah, there is that. Like, following a tutorial is fine. This is the player's ability system, yeah. This is in the first person. But a lot of tutorials will just, like, you'll copy it and you'll have the same thing work in your game, but then you won't understand what that actually means or why it's working. Show me restore health. Remove that grant tag. Did we not need that? I don't know why that was there. So I would code restore health. Well, different way. I'll tell you what, if I had created attributes and all that stuff, I would have done it differently too. Not a big fan of gas. Or the majority of them will just show you how to make stuff, but not why it's made that way or if it's the better way to do it. So you end up learning bad practices. You have to do extra digging yourself later. Don't gas use diesel. Second, what is the value of this one? Remove it? Okay. So cool. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. There's a really great series on YouTube called What the Fuck Is. Fantastic thing that explains a whole bunch of blueprint nodes and functions in Unreal. I also made a 4-hour tutorial for blueprints that'll teach you the basics. And I do explain, you know, why we do things in certain ways or why certain methods are preferred over others. Are those all your own assets? No, these are placeholder assets in order to get publishers to give us money, and then we will make all of our own assets. Issues with what the fuck is this that you need to know what to look for? Dude, right? That's the one thing I tell people is that blueprints, the main driving factor behind knowing how to use blueprints is knowing what blueprints to look for. Some of them are named very obscurely. Is Quixel Fab stuff? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. It's not Quixel, but it is a lot of Fab stuff. Mainly the Dreamscape series. From... oh god, I don't remember the name of the studio. But yeah, it's mainly just like, hey publishers, this is kind of the style we're going for. If you give us the money, we will remake everything on our own. Yeah, see, it's not providing the health. Polyart, thank you, that's the one. Why is it all done on Mega Sans super realistic style? Like, I don't know if this is if these are even the right functions to call here. You check if that is called. It is 100% called. Because I run the death code to undo once and then we reset the death. So it is for sure getting called. I just don't know if it's even accurate. It's very weird. Using a patchwork of Fab stuff, so I might actually steal the strategy off you going for publisher. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. I mean, most prototypes don't have any art thrown in them unless it's important to help sell the game. But publishers do buy with their eyes, and if you can make something, if you don't have the money to pay for concept art, if you can at least find some assets to make like a beautiful corner or a prototype with your desired art style, it's better than nothing. Context is not important, okay. Yeah, we didn't have that initially. Both spec and normal call is okay. Okay. Weird. Just make a prototype with final art. It's called a vertical slice. Well, even then I wouldn't say that that's a prototype, because you want to have mostly finalized game systems and pipelines. So it is it is affecting me. Like I see the... Is this not the attribute set that we're actually using? No, it is the base attribute set. Or like horizontal slice. To me, I kind of feel like an alpha is your horizontal slice. They're kind of interchangeable in my mind. Can you apply negative damage to the player? Negative damage. Maybe something C++, you can leave it like debug it. Yeah, I mean, once it gets working, you can just either put it here or wherever else and just then finalize that and it should work. And our death handling should be complete. So I'll just leave it there. It is what it is. I don't know what's going on. Back to icons. Not know the current game dev standards. Vertical is alpha now. Alpha is release candidate. I know when I fucking hate those standards. I really do. I know it probably sounds pretty scary when I tell publishers like, hey, everything you see here is going to be, you know, is remade from scratch. But I want to make something stable. I want to make something that has a solid foundation with which to expand on. And honestly, I don't think the amount of money that we're asking for is that crazy. 5 million is, you know, I said maximum 5 million, but we're looking for like 3 to 4. Really is not that big of a budget. You download the plugins? Yes. Make a Kickstarter and run away with the money? Or EA and do the same? I wouldn't go to Kickstarter or Early Access with anything less than a vertical slice. Suicide. How many people are you with? Mainly 2. Just me and Cuthbert. So send me that node. I will walk you. Which node? I'll go for porting. Yeah, we'll change this over to the Racco leaf. Kickstarter with a cool cinematic, no gameplay, nothing more, earn millions. Also, not a cool cinematic. 3 minutes, or no, 15 minutes of me with a really low quality camera and microphone telling you about my game idea and then showing you AI generated art. What node do you want me to look for? Oh, right click on node? Which one? Any? What are the plugins called? Do people earn millions at Kickstarter? You can. I can argue you can make the actual game systems yourself pretty solid if you have the knowledge. If it's the rest of the game, world building, art, level design, narrative quest, everything design, which will cost you the majority of money that you need. Yeah, I mean, you can prototype game systems pretty cheaply and easily. Hermes? Red Talaria? They're not enabled. Turn them on? Okay. Any others that I need to turn on? Publisher will simply buy an idea anymore? No, they won't. Not with the current state of the development landscape. I mean, no, and I mean they get pitched shit tons of games. If you just go to them with an idea, which by the way, a previous person that I worked with in a high position tried to gaslight me and convince the rest of the team that just pitching with an idea and AI generated art was enough. And I called him out for it in public, like in, you know, company public, saying that that's absolutely not true, and he didn't like that. Gas attach? Okay. Is that all of them or anyone else? Spill it, say a name? Nah. Okay, that's all of them. Hermes branch support. Kind of depends, I guess, if you have history. Yeah, if you do, yeah, if you have that built-in history, you have that, you know, if like Rockstar Games to, they're not gonna, but if they wanted to, if they wanted to go to publisher for money, they could just say, yes, we're Rockstar Games, and pretty much any publisher would be like, okay, there you go. Should I commit binaries too, or you can compile? Don't I just have to rebuild the project? Recompile. Tell me how. So you're a branch of Rockstar Games. Now, if you're like a new developer, they will want to hear what you've worked on and how long you've worked in the industry, just because, again, it's risk management. They want to know that if they give you the money that you're looking for, that you can make the game that you say you can make. We just run. Wait. Crowdfund publishing should be a thing. I don't know. I have pretty high expectations from crowdfunding just because of how many times people have been fucked over. Translates to, is this guy just going to run away with the money? Well, they can have a repayment clause. I just build it? Or do we have to run this? I'll just press it. See if anything happens. That works, right? Just press buttons and... Okay, it didn't work. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing in this shit. I think money will be given in one go. No, it's not. They do well, they could do milestones, but they might do other ways too. Control Shift B. Build started. Build completed. Is that all of it? No. Wait. Anything crowdfunded and not regulated by law in a major way has the potential to be abused by thieves. Yeah, that's why when I, did Kickstarter reviews, I was pretty harsh, but it's like, you're asking me for money. At this point, I'm going to look at you like an investor would look. And they are not going to beat around the bush. You need to change target. What is our target? Left. Oh. Do you just want to recompile it for me on my branch and push it? Okay. Let me push my changes. There we go. Let me know when you're done. Thank you. Thank you, Cutsburg. Does this model loan money to people who clearly don't know what they're doing? With insane repayment clauses, get rich because some other smuck. Incompetence. Take me a bit. That's fine. It is what it is. Do funny stuff. How long will it take? How many minutes do you expect? A bank loan? Oh, 5. That's fine. Yeah, publishers just don't need to fuck around with people that don't know what they're doing. And while you might be able to get into the door with like indie publishers just because they might be a little bit more sympathetic, or they don't see, well, I mean, you could meet with anybody. Having an idea is not enough, and even having a bare bones prototype is likely not enough, unless the prototype is just really crazy fun. Which it could be. But even then, if you have a prototype and an idea, a publisher is not going to sign you because you have no milestone plan, you have no budget, you have no business plan. It's like, okay, you might be able to make the game if we give you the money, but we don't know that. And we don't know that you know how to plan the rest of the production. Making a prototype is easy. You can just do some dirty shit coding and get away with it. But when you actually enter production, you need to manage a team in many cases, and you need to be able to utilize that money efficiently. And that's not a given. That is not a given at all. And if you have no prior game dev experience, you will likely not know how to use that money efficiently, and you certainly won't know how to budget and plan out production. Better have a publisher funding before you go to a bank loan. The bank loan, you should use your basic expenses so you pay no taxes over that, only interest. Yeah, I would definitely wouldn't go to a bank loan if you are trying to like fund the start of the, I don't know, I guess you could. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can go get a business loan. You can leverage that into some angel investment, and then you can leverage that into a publisher. But you are going to be owned by multiple daddies at that point, and they will ask you to bend over, and they will want you to suck their dick. And publisher is not the holy grail of game development. No, it's not. It should never be treated that way. Obviously, the best way to gain money, but has massive downsides. It can. I mean, the worse your product, the worse your agreements are going to be. If you have a really good product, you can shop around, you can negotiate. But if you don't have a very good project, you're probably just going to be able to get maybe one or two, and they're not going to be great. But I would say that it's not the holy grail, but there is no holy grail of game development. Having an angel investor is going to have its own problems, because now you have people that are owning your studio and might have some say in it or might have some expectations. Even doing profit sharing is not the holy grail either, because that you might not make profit and you might not make enough profit to be sustainable. And so now that person's going to take that. There's no perfect solution, but I mean, we've seen countless numbers of studios fall to every single example of funding. You're in partnership with a company that has a clear goal to earn money. They're not here to support your vision or make your game great. Not all of them. Some of them will want to make your game great because by making the game great, they can probably sell more copies and everybody in the end can make more money. It's not common, but there are good publishers out there. Are there cases where publishers contact successful indies to make games with? Yes. But, you know, like Vizzle says, they're there to make money. If you're already a successful indie financially, you probably don't need a publisher, but you could at least find a publisher for marketing. Like you can partner with them just to do marketing or to handle with localization or porting. You don't have to, you know, seek them for funding. The agreements are, you know, what you want them to be. And if you just want to piggyback on somebody's existing name, you can do it, but you will have to pay for it. Self-funding through generational wealth. Well, yeah, I mean, every developer wishes they had infinite amounts of money to make their games. But the more money you ask for, the more that they're going to seek. If you ask, you know, if you go to like an indie publisher and you ask for, I don't know, $50,000 to finish off your game, yeah, I mean, you're probably going to be able to find it. It's a lot easier to get that than 500,000 or 5 million. But they are going to ask for probably a good chunk of the profits. But I mean, these people often mistake publishers as they want, the guys that want to make the game great with you. They're not and should never be treated that way. Most of them know, some of them do. I mean, some of them understand that if the game is good and marketed well, everybody wins in the end. But even the best publishers can sideline less financially successful titles or series simply because they are not the forerunners. Maybe that Hermes branch support is not needed. You can just disable it, or I can do it. Looks like other binaries were. You can do, yeah, go ahead and disable it on your side, and then when you push it, it should update for me too. Because I think it's part of the source files for what's enabled. The problem with publishers is even if you find one that is going to probably meet your needs, in a lot of cases they're publicly owned or they're owned by investment groups. So, you know, in the end, you're trying to avoid something that you didn't avoid in the end anyway. Because if the investment groups put pressure on the publisher, the publisher's going to put pressure on you. Be there to help, but let's face it, when push comes to shove, especially money-wise, you and your game will be the least of their concerns. Yeah. They want to keep their lights on before they keep your lights on. You can also buy back the rights to your game from a publisher too. It happens. It's very rare, but it can happen. But usually you shouldn't sell the rights to your IP anyway. Never should. It's an easy way to get publishing if you have a good IP, but also the stupidest thing you can do. Only sell the rights to your Aspen on your IP. Very often, publisher moves away from the project. They will allow a different one to take over, but they will need to repay the investment. That's the current standard. Yeah, the repayment clauses are the standard. Yeah, we mentioned that before. And of course, if you're relying on them for funding and they ask you to repay it because you failed a milestone too many times, with what money? Nope, studio closed. There it is. Take a big cut from revenues. They can. I mean, it really just depends. If you have more playing cards to negotiate with, you can get a better deal. If you don't have enough negotiating cards, you're kind of fucked. And even then, what I've seen a lot of studios do, especially here in Poland, but it happens all over the world, you start up a corporation, you find investment, and you sell off like 49% of the shares, and then you seek private investment for like another $1 million on profit share, and then you seek a publisher who you've promised like 30% of the profits or the revenue to, and now it's like even after the game is made, what are you gonna be left with? After all the fees from Steam or from Epic or from Unity and taxes, after all of the business expenses, and then after repaying investment profit, repaying the publisher on profits, you have nothing to stay alive with. And then you're just sucking the tit of some publisher for the rest of your life, probably one that isn't treating you very well and isn't giving you enough money to stand on your own two legs. Playway. And that's what you're left with. That it will be your entire life, is making some probably shitty game that you don't want to make for a publisher. A payment usually will take a big chunk until fully repaid. Yeah, some will do like either big chunk or they'll take all of it until it's fully repaid, or they'll do like marketing first and then chunk of profits after that, right? So yeah, you just have to read those contracts very carefully. Download new binaries. Where is it? Where would it be? Oh, from plugin. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you, Casper. We'll see if it works. Okay, we're good. Thanks, man. Overcome that by increasing your current project budget by 10 to 30%. Use that extra cash to hire people for a new project prototype that you propose to publisher before the current deal is done. And then you are on the train. You're on the publisher train, which is fine in some cases, especially if you have like a nice publisher. I am in paused talks with a publisher that would be a AA publisher, and they are only looking for long-term investments in studios. So they have no interest in just funding one game, but would rather find a studio that they like to work with and fund you for a long time. I'm hoping to give them an update on things, so yeah, we'll see. What other way do you have it? Earn enough to self-publish after your initial project? Don't be silly. Unlikely to happen. It's very rare. But that's why you should diversify your investments. Now go to that. Okay, now I will go to that node. Give me a sec. Grants. Funding from copy focus node. What does this do? Just add season passes. Send to me in Discord. Okay. And paste it into web browser. Nuh-uh. Just Google searches it for me. Being a dick. Could always go to Disco Elysium route, make a great game, leave shit on anything your company does from that point on. Well, Disco Elysium did get fucked over. That's for sure. But yeah, what I mean is, what I've seen pretty much every single studio startup, or like 90% of them doing, is they will make a studio, come up with a game idea, make a cinematic trailer, pitch it to investors, get investment, fail to use the funds properly, fail to repay investors, ask for more money, use that to pay investors, get into debt, fail to make the game, go bankrupt. It's like the stereotypical startup experience for game devs, and I hate it, and I'm not doing it. Didn't cry when they were taking the money from publishers on very bad terms. Well, I don't know the whole story. I really don't know the whole story. But yeah, don't take money. Just don't take money on bad terms. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. It's never worth it. Self-funding is the best choice, but who has millions of dollars to fund their game with? Web browser, but usually if you paste the link. I don't know, I'm using Opera and it wasn't working. Let me try Edge. Let's try edging it. No, it's Google searching it too. Kind of weird. Just be a millionaire. Yeah, sadly games are expensive. I've seen some games be made here in Poland on like a $1 million budget, which is not very much. And some people still think that that's pretty high, which it's very low. Very, very low. No plugin? Just buy a house. No, the plugins should be enabled. $1 million is a lot to us. Yeah, but it's not a lot to a company. Like, yeah, if I had $1 million, great. Disable that branch one? Okay. This one? The branch-based URLs? Hey, Samuel, are you Polish? I'm not Polish, but I'm living in Poland. So, dzień dobry. If I had $1 million, I wouldn't be making games. If I had $1 million, I would still be making games. I would just be doing it without financial instability, like I am now. With 1 million, you will need to ask 4 million less, right? Actually, I could use the 1 million to build the vertical slice, since we likely will need a little bit under 1 million to make it, and then I will use that to pitch to publishers or to try and receive better funding. How do you find that country? Poland's great. Very safe. It's very nice. Why Poland in the first place? Man, you and every Polish person would love to know that. Okay, now it's working. There we go. We both become millionaires. I'll call you in your office from my yacht. Deal. Have fun in your yacht and I'll still be making games. But no, I'm here because I'm married to a Polish lady. She stole me. So what do we do now, Cusper? It can be used to send assets like this too. Oh. Oh, so that was just to show me how it worked. We could do that after the stream, admittedly. This is our month, Casper. This is our month. We need to finish it this month. April 31st. No? Okay, fair enough. You're the project lead. I need to force you. Fuck you. April Fools. Okay, so we have the Racco leaf and the Racco fur. Wait, right? Did I throw it in here? Platopo hide, and we don't have Racco fur. I'm gonna recolor this. Here, bitch. Set color. Make it easy to find. What's the game we're working on? Type exclamation point game. And you'll get a brief intro to it. And then if you have any questions after that, you can for sure ask them. No, Dramulks, no. No, that's not it. You bitch. Pretend to be banned. Do we use this big one? I don't think we do. We could make the raccoons always contain like some junk item on them too. Because they're trash pandas. Looks promising? Well, I hope it is. Shaga. Okay, Shagas do have a flower, but I don't know if that is every single variant of the Shaga. Some of them might not. There are 3 of them. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I mean, I could not spawn this one, but I don't know. I'll just make it drop a fucking flower. Who cares? I think publishers are going to withhold funding just because Shaga, who didn't have a flower on it, dropped a flower. No, me neither. F focuses on the mesh? No, F is to pay respects. Smartass? That's right. You got me. I think I'd have better luck with Coindozer or Coom Sweeper. What, pitching? Like getting money? You'd be surprised. There's kind of this weird hump in publishing where if you ask for too little money, sometimes it can almost... Publishers are weird. You have to play psychologically. You really do. And the thing is, if you don't make your art, if you make like a 3D looking game with a decent looking art style, it's automatically going to convince publishers more than like some 2D platformer game. Even if the 2D platformer is a better game than that 3D one. It's weird. There's just, you know, less competition, and if you need to push the, you know, the budget past a certain point or the fidelity past a certain point to compete in a different subset of the market, it's weird. It depends on the game too. At open world, the pitch doubles interest. Well, I mean, our game is open world. It is an RPG. I kind of know what I'm doing in some cases. What else could the Shaga drop? No PvP. No multiplayer. Fuck that. There's already enough challenges in this game. Fucking multiplayer. I'll turn on the Boolean for multiplayer. That'll be enough, right? I think the blandest open world ever just to get the money. Game has too much reading. It does have a lot of reading. People want open world, they just want good open world. It's an addiction. People just like open worlds to explore and do shit with. It's not the people that want open world. Well, define open world as well. Exploration is not a selling point. It's not a feature. It's an action. And most open worlds tout that they have a large open world to explore. Great. What's there to discover? Oh, nothing? Okay. Spawner command will work like this. One spawner can spawn one enemy animal, will respawn new if last died and time of day is achieved. So you can make zombies spawn only at night and despawn enemies. You could probably reuse the, or modify the spawner that I have. This dungeon enemy spawner. Enemy to spawn, number of enemies to spawn. Those are both instance editable. And then you could just change the trigger method. You could always bind it to like daytime or nighttime or something. There's no clear definition of open world. Well, there's no clear definition of most titles and games. What is an ARPG? What is an RPG? You want to have a spawner that spawns X animals? I kind of have that already. But we could do it. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I need to do these icons. I need at least one other thing that the shotgun can drop. We can make it drop some existing things, like the 4-leaf clover. Show the shotgun model? There's 3 of them. There's 3 variants. The fucking editor. But this is like the main one. So I could just give it a loot table with different like grasses and maybe the mushrooms or something. Like it can drop maybe one thing unique, but also some existing things. That'll save me time. Should I do Twitch integration? Not for first playable. Eggs and meat? For this? Caviar? That's pretty wild. Meaningful exploration? Well, that's what I mean, Dramax, is exploration is not a feature. It's not a... It's not a selling point. Exploration is an action that the player does. But if exploration has no meaning, then it doesn't... It's a boring action. Exploration leads to discovery, and discovery is what your open world should feature. You know, think of a game like Cyberpunk 2077. Big open world to explore, not a lot to discover. Elden Ring, big open world to explore, tons of things to discover. Yeah, it's a means to an end. And if you don't have that end, if you don't have that value at the end of the path, then you don't have any meaningful exploration. In which case, then you have a boring open world. I think I'll just give this like some random existing ingredient drops. It already has one unique thing. It also doesn't matter. It's a fucking prototype. Move on. We're gonna move on from that. It doesn't need 2 things. It doesn't need 3 things. It has 1 thing, and then it has some other things that can drop. Good enough. What about the snail? We have like a shell. Make Twitch integration? Well, we do need some other things done first, Casper. So we really do need like testing. We need bug fixes. little bit of polish here and there. Let's put that on the very low priority. We definitely need Steamworks integration. I want to have builds being uploaded to Steam as soon as we can. And like ready for that. Steamworks, highest priority. We'll save Twitch integration for vertical, or probably for even later than that. We don't need it for vertical. Beta. Or even post-release. Do I have any shell? Games as a service. No, it's not. Really don't have one? I have the snail. We can make it drop smaller snails. It's so dumb. Making DLC and microtransaction off stream. Publishers do like to see ideas for post-release content. So at least having an idea of what you'd like to do with post-release is an important thing to have on the pitch. But you don't need to have it done or anything, just ideas is good enough. Just shows them that you're thinking beyond the scope of release. But you also have like, 2 to 3 years plus that you're making the game, so some of those things can come out or change. I'll just get like a shell icon. It doesn't even really matter if it looks good or not. It's perfect. Has watermarks, even better. WebP? Never mind. Fuck off with your WebP. Alright, fine, I'll convert it. Fuck you. What did you do? It's a PNG? No, it's not. It says it's a PNG. It's a web, but it's a WebP. It's the same thing as when you like find this really hot girl, but then she takes off her pants and you notice a bulge. Happy surprise. I mean, it depends on which way you swing. It could be a happy surprise. Tell GPT to make you a Ghibli. I'm not telling GPT to make me anything. I'm not telling ChatGPT to do shit for my images or my writing. Ain't happening. Where's those balls? Doing these. Pea, snail, antenna, tips. Okay, those will work. What is this? 13? Okay. That's quite a lot to add, but it'll do. Your Chrome saves PNG as PNG. It's not a PNG. It's not a PNG. It says PNG, but it's actually WebP. It's fake. Like the source image is not a PNG. Maybe if you download from here. This just says WebP. Yeah, see, it's a PNG. That's a PNG. Explain it to me in Fortnite terms, Lazy Fangs. User issue? Well, it is Opera GX, so it is made by Polish people, so. Backpack dance floss, there you go. Damn it. I'm not reading that. You might think that I'm reading that. I'm not reading that. I already have low enough IQ as it is. Doesn't need to be worse. Looks like an AI answer. It's because it is. Okay. Let's add these then. What if you do format MP3? What happens then? Can I listen to my art? It actually works. What does it sound like? I don't even think it would work. I mean, my download is an MP3, but I don't think it would do anything. Oh, it doesn't work for MP3? What's the point then? If I can't download my images as MP3, what the fuck is the point of even looking at images? Yeah, why even live anymore? Good question. It's probably not enough line. Well, it might be enough lines. We'll see. It depends on how we want to process these. Oops, not that. Just MP3 sounds exactly like the inside of my head. Constant, endless yelling. Okay, let's see here. Oop. What do we need to add? Boar fur. Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked, distilled. Can't really do anything. Let's just keep that as normal. Saves me time anyway, so I am very much okay with that. Boar meat. Yeah, we can try it. It's like jerky. Cut it, sure. Ground, I guess. Fermented, sure. Cooked, distilled, nah. Fuck distilled, but we can do all those. Boar tusk. Dried, cut, no. Ground, yes. Fermented, cooked, distilled, no, not really. 2 letters instead of 1, it's because we have 2 C's. Kind of annoying. Fermenting boar meat sounds like a dangerous game. Well, I wouldn't eat it, but maybe it has some magical properties. Should be all 2 letters. I'm going to make it all 3 letters except for one of them. Just because you said it. I'll tell publishers that the reason that I couldn't get them a version of the game was because Lazy Fangs was a dick. Butterfly antenna. Cut. Round. Musically distilled. No, that's fine. Allow the player to be able to eat it for real, food poisoning or riot. I mean, we might be able to do that with the final, with like the vertical slice. We'll see. I mean, at a certain point, too much of a sandbox, you know, it's going to push the game too high in terms of scope. But, you know, if people like the idea, we can always make sequels. Players don't like to hear that sometimes, but that's the reality. Dried, cut, ground, distilled. These publishers will know his creative power. Shut the up, fuck. Cut, ground, fermented, cooked. Protein hard. This is more like a stone. So it will for sure have ground. The slime is... Maybe it just dries out, so it doesn't really have anything. Can't cut it. Can't grind it. Probably ferment it. Cook it? Sure. For nothing. The leaf. Dried. Cut. Ground. Distilled. Flour. Dried, cut, ground, cooked, distilled. Antenna tips. Cut, ground, fermented. Cooked, distilled. Sure. Snail shell. You can grind it. That's about it. You can grind on it too, can you? These nuts. Okay, all these should be the same IDs. Yeah, I'll just write them. I've heard that like newer generations of kids can't type very well. You think it's because they're so used to typing on phones and they barely type on computers anymore? They're fast on phones, I see though. So maybe that is true. New generation kids said the 16-year-old. You think I'm 16? As long as I still look 16, I'll be happy. I've been losing a little bit of weight. It's a good thing. I was a fat fucking asshole before. Now I'm just a fucking asshole. Balanced as all things should be. Do any workout? Yes. I walk to the fridge and then I walk back to my chair. I also sometimes walk home after work. I will occasionally lift my cat up and then put the cat down. Sometimes I drop things on the floor and I have to squat down to pick them up. So yeah, I do a lot of workout. In XRP, all he drinks is cola and booze and he's not fat at all. I mean, no, my metabolism is horrible. I just eat a really light breakfast. I don't eat lunch, and then I get home and I binge. And it kind of maintains itself. Are these all animal parts? Actually, yeah, they are, so. Do we want to consider the flower, the Shaga flower, an animal part? You know, honestly, I'm going to be real with you. It actually just means nothing to the game, so who cares? It's there to exist on a widget. It's flavor. What flavor is it? Amaranth's vaginal yeast. That's the flavor. The story behind that, if you want to know, that might have sounded like it came out of nowhere. She made a beer from her vaginal yeast. That's where that came from. Hey Sean, you get a haircut? I did. About the Schedule 1 game, I'm addicted to making meth. The game is also decent. Yeah, I gotta try it. I saw Asmongold playing it and it looked pretty cool. So I might give it a try on like the weekend or something. But I'm playing Riven, 2 Point Museum, Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I have a backlog that I'm trying to pick up on. 112k concurrent user count, that's crazy. Hey, from what I saw, it looks like it deserves it. Looks very well made. I feel like it's going to inspire a lot of people to try and grow marijuana at home. So I'm not sure that the DEA is going to have a fantastic time with the release of the game. But I mean, people who enjoy weed will probably find that it'll become cheaper because there's more competition. Can't be a horrible thing. What do you mean games don't inspire crime? I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference in crime. I can see how a game like Schedule 1 might encourage people to try and grow their own weed, the same way that I can see a game like Beer Master, or whatever that game was called, would inspire people to try and brew their own beer at home. That's very different to me than I'm going to play a game with killing, and therefore I am now inspired to kill. Two different things. TikTok is filled with people buying their own weed tents and shit. I mean, here's the thing. I hope that it only stops at weed and it's not like inspiring people to try and, you know, make meth or cocaine. But I guess if you want to try growing weed at home, have fun. Go for it, I guess. Okay, as they're all animal parts except for this, we don't need biomes. We also don't need light requirements. I could forego putting any effects or flavor on them just yet, until we get that sorted out. And they also don't have seeds. The value. Yeah, we just do that placeholder for now. I can imagine there's a few people mixing donuts with weed right now to make Granddaddy Purple Rare Strain. The mixing component, I think, is one of the coolest aspects of the game. And if the game didn't have that, honestly, I don't think it would have very much staying power. It wouldn't be bad, but the mixing adds a whole massive layer of depth. And more than that, the mixing is handled well. Can be randomly generated. Yeah, sure, they can be randomly generated. I don't have a problem with that. Once you find out about the redstone like automation you can do to employees, oh boy. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, so I will give the game a try. Seems like a very well made immersive sim. It's kind of weird to describe that as an immersive sim, but it kind of is. It just doesn't derive immersion from fidelity and from realism. And maxing your auto weed farm like Seth Bling in 2014. Alright, well this should be good enough to start. We don't have any flavor or effects on these yet, but these should be workable. We just need to put in the temporary colors for them. And the Might and Magic games have such good soundtracks. Oh, we'll need strings for these too. Can't forget that. Okay. Boar fur. Probably a dark brown, right? It's kind of poop colored though. That's a bit better. We need to propagate these back as well. It's a little annoying to do. Hold on. Be faster. 0.19, 0.1.01. I think that's right. Boar meat. Need a good meaty red. Just like your mom's lipstick. Point 0.55, 0.03, 0.03. Boar tusk. Like a whitish yellow, right? Like a bone color. That'll work. 1.87, 0.54. Oops, not here. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, butterfly antenna. Looks like a darker brown. Yeah, fuck it, that'll work. 0.51, 0.29, 0.14. Point 29, 0.14. Butterfly wing. I mean, the icon is blue. Yeah, fuck it, just make it blue like the icon. .14, 0.19. .71. Platopo tongue is a nice hearty red. More pink than red. That'll work. 0.71. .01. 0.03. Poting heart. This one is the green crystal. .03, we could say. 0.82. Okay, pudding slime. This is actually blue, but realistically should be green. I can always change that later. 0.91. There we go. Racco fur. Could copy this. Leaf. .13, .83. Point what? 13. Chaga flower. I'm gonna make it this. 1.91.2. Snail antenna tips. These are like gray. Maybe grayish blue. .55, .53. .65. And the snail shell is like a brown. It's more like that. 0.19, 0.13. .07. Okay. That's the annoying part. Shut up. We just need these colors in the prototype because we don't have 3D models for all this stuff, and I don't really want to have to worry about that until vertical, so this is the easier way. Okay, they should all have colors now. Beautiful. Now I know I set up death handling for the enemies. BP base enemy. I don't think that the animals derive from that. And I don't know if I want to have that as the parent. I gotta double check. Part of BP base animal. Combat basic AI. What is combat giving? Oh yeah, yeah. We will need that. Hmm. I mean, maybe we could. Well, the parent class is also set up in C. Maybe for now it'd just be easier to copy things over from base enemy. It's not like we have a whole lot in here anyway. These kind of games that have their bio as is a romantic visual novel developed by the Japanese game studio Sprite. Upon its release in Japan, it garnered numerous awards for its exceptional art, captivating music, and well-crafted characters. Like, you mean in their like Steam bio? It's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'll just make it easy on myself and copy this shit over. I don't think... Oh, we need BPI interactable as well. Okay, we'll start with this. Begin play, we do make some... We only do that. Someone once told me that to an idea I had for a game, and I got so pissed off. Sometimes people can mean that like a... I think most of the time when people say, oh, it's like this game, they're trying to understand what the game is like. I know that's not what you exactly mean. But I get that sometimes when I say, oh, I'm making a... Oh, fucking base enemy object? Okay, I gotta fix that. When I tell people about Cauldron Chronicles, like, oh, it's like this game, and it's like, well, no. And it's usually something like Potion Craft or something. But people like to figure out, how can I take 2 games or 3 games that I know and easily understand this new game using what I know. That's why familiarity is one of the most important things to have in a game. Enemy stats. Can I reconfigure enemy stats to not pull from base enemy? We only grab components, so I could just change it to actor. I mean, here's the thing. You can make a game that is almost a carbon copy in some ways from a game that already exists. It doesn't mean that the game won't sell. I mean, if nobody's playing that game anymore, I mean, maybe it's just that it's too old, or that not a lot of people know about it, so it just didn't get marketed well. There's a lot of reasons, and making a game that plays very similarly to another one is not a bad thing. Every single, action-y racing game plays like every other action-y racing game. It's just how they use that racing. Chaos bot. Okay, event on death. This should be fine to delete and just replace with all this. I hope. We'll see. Yeah, this is fucked up, but I think it's fine. This is not the best way that I would make this, but I think it'd be fine. I'm hacking it together. Things executable as long as you have the willpower. Look at me, 200 plus days. Well, if there's one, I have a lot of shit problems with me. Let's put it, let's be honest. My willpower is not a problem. I am very good at persevering through problems. One of my only redeeming qualities. I think it's genetic. My whole family's just filled with pig-headed, stubborn people that do things their own way. And the dick jokes. This is not really needable anymore. Or this. Now, some of these do have functions and are not events. I think these are all hooked up though. Yeah, that's not used anymore. I mean, this might work. This might be fine. I want to self-fund my game. I should make a smaller scope game to fund it. I mean, it might sound weird, but a lot of studios have grown that way. They'll make a lot of small little prototypes and things, throw them on itch.io, see which ones stick, and then expand it later. I think the... Yeah, something's messing up with those. Also not showing the health bar. Let me see why. Not Core Keeper. There's another game that I know the studio started from that. Does implement interface? Well, it should. It's BP base animal. Combat right there. What are we talking about? I mean, it's unlikely that most people's first games will sell. Making a game marketable is a very different art form than making a game. And a lot of people who can make games don't know how to make them marketable. As long as you learn something, that's kind of the important part. How do you not implement the interface? You can see right here that you implement BPI combat. Are you high? Because of the compile error? I mean, we're doing a visibility trace. It's not like the animals ignore visibility. I think. Maybe I should have done that for one frame. That's now just really annoying. It is going through them. invisibility is set to ignore. Kind of weird. Well, that would explain it. What did I do for the enemies? Did I put that on the capsule too, or did I do something else? No, I put it on the capsule. Okay, so we can keep it there. That should be fine. I mean, I will say, like, taking a game to execution, or from execution to release on your own is going to be just a massive amount of work. You'll learn a lot, but I wouldn't even attempt to make it marketable, although it's great if it can be. But even if it is a good game, objectively, marketing it is... It's not like it's guaranteed success. Maybe you'll get lucky like Vampire Survivors or something, but maybe not. Ryan Jamie, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Roles. Sorry, I don't think I thanked you guys earlier. And Artur Nikus, thank you as well. Sorry if I miss your follows. I get pretty locked in sometimes. Let's make these loot tables. The urchin doesn't have a loot table. We could fix that. Loot. Loot, boar. Here's the thing, like, do I want to do multiple tables here? We could do like a loot, boar, base table, and then like a junk table. Loot, boar, junk. And I think the junk item for him was the necklace. There's the boar tooth necklace. Amount 1, weight 1, and then we'll do nothing with a weight of 4. There's a 20% chance to get a boar tooth necklace. And the base will be the firm meat tusk. We could give these each like an 80% chance to drop so that you sometimes might get all of them, sometimes might get one or two. Ingredient, not shiitake. Oh, I messed up the names of these. Hold on. It's not good. We can't do that. Easy fix though. Not pulling in the right icon either. And it should. Oh, I know, it's because they're not in the main folder. I will fix that and then do re-import. Best market abilities to ensure your game is a high level of word of mouth incentivization coupled with a good amount of playtime for a reasonable price. Achieving those, though, can be a very difficult thing. But yeah, having an idea is easy. Having a good idea is really not worth anything. Anybody can have a good idea. In your first 5 or 10, I mean, it's unlikely that you'll finish your first 5 or 10 games. Be honest. Your first 5 or 10 games are, I mean, maybe not 10, but, you know, let's just be honest, they're unlikely to get past prototyping. And you'll probably learn in prototyping that there's quite a few things. Oh, oops, I messed those up. I should have searched for case sensitive. Oopsies. Okay, we're gonna re-import those anyway, so it is fine. I'm bother coming up with an idea right now. I know very little about game dev and will just 99% of the time realize I'm out of scope for whatever I want to create. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I think like recreating like systems or features from games that you like is a very good learning experience. Like just you can make Pong, I mean, but you can also just find something that inspires you and follow it until you get like super stuck and can't get past it. And then learn from that and do that again and keep doing that, and you will find yourself making things a little bit more complicated, a little bit more deep, a little bit more expansive than you could before, and combining these ideas. Even if it's something like just making a door that opens when you input the correct code. I mean, you'll be dealing with widget interaction or just like pressing buttons from a line trace. Like all these things are complicated in their own right, but then you can just take what you've learned from that, and now you can make a game where you run around a level inputting codes, and then you can work on other small systems and combine those into something larger. The part isn't making the game, is continue to try again and again. Well, yeah, there's a lot of failure that you have to deal with. Wouldn't even call it failure, just the barrier to success is so high. You can make small things, you can follow a tutorial, great, and that is difficult. You know, it does require you to think and work with a lot of different tools. But even that is just 1% of the way towards having anything finished. Not easy. Do I need to expose any of these booleans? I don't think so. You've written Jamie. Hi, hi. How are you doing? I feel like I'm not making a game, just systems that will be used for a game. Hey, I mean, you'll learn a lot from that. There's nothing wrong with making systems. If you don't have an idea of what game to make with your systems yet, maybe you'll just learn by making a bunch of systems that you like. I mentioned that giving up is also a valid option if somebody starts to feel as if game development isn't too much for them. Well, yeah, there is that. I mean, you should do that in life anyway. Not the give up part, but just move on from things that aren't your interest. Hard to distinguish between wanting to give up entirely and just being tired with the idea. I will never sugarcoat the game industry for any of you. It is very difficult. You will compete with a shit ton of people who are much better than you. You will not make much money. You will not get much fame. You will likely be abused at some point early in your career and even later in your career. And you will have to sacrifice a shit ton of things in life in order to have a chance at success. And you will have to persevere through a lot of instability, financially and even geographically in some cases. If you can push through that, you might have a chance. But that isn't a guarantee. Physical, mental, and emotional trauma, an awful lot of it. I mean, art, I think everything, like art, just, you're going to face a lot of people, again, who have just more skill than you and more knowledge. You can even be good at drawing, you can be good at illustrating, but likely a studio isn't going to just want to hire an illustrator, right? You will have to understand games, you will probably have to do some implementation, which means you'll have to understand engines as well. Well, the thing is, here's the problem. If you're a junior in the industry, every single field in the industry is saturated. All of them. And there aren't that many junior jobs. So when you're trying to get started and get that base experience, you're competing with the most amount of people for the fewest number of jobs. It sucks. If you're lucky enough to get that junior experience and do well with it, yeah, you might be able to succeed with that. Once you get to like senior level, you're actually competing with far fewer people who are a bit more specialized. There are many more senior jobs than there are junior. And the thing is, a lot of the junior jobs will go towards like industry friends or industry contacts, internal recommendations first. That's why networking is so important. Getting through those doors. Yep, as Different Way says. Where's my enemy? Where's the base enemy? I gotta check something. Oh, has loot is okay. It's turned on by default. The enemy was the industry all along. Sadly, you're actually right. You're not wrong. The industry sucks, and it sucks really way more for juniors than it does for seniors. You can't find a junior position for Unity dev in the entirety of the UK unless you have 2 to 5 years of experience. I'm sorry, but you're accurate, and yeah. I can only give advice that could work as a junior. I cannot tell you what will for sure get you a job as a junior. The problem is most developers work on shoestring budgets, and you can't afford to teach a junior, both in terms of budget and time. So what do? You hire, regulars, seniors, people with shit tons of experience. The places you're most likely to get junior experience is actually the AAA companies, because they can afford to hire and train juniors. But even then, you're competing with the most number of people for those jobs. As for some reason, people still want to work at Blizzard. It'd just be desperation, to be honest. And I understand it. I really do. How long am I supposed to get a job when every job requires job experience? You make spare games? Yeah, you make games in your spare time, or you make game jams? Or you participate in game jams, sorry. Starting to just speak weirdly now. More. What do I do for the... Yeah, interactive loot, okay. But again, even then, it will only increase your chances of getting seen, but you're still competing for junior jobs, sometimes with hundreds of people. Hundreds of people. Some of them already have prior industry experience. One thing that might work a little bit better, honestly, is make mods for games. Like, you're not going to make money from those either, but at the very least, you might have a chance of getting into the door or finding a contact from the company that you're making the mod for, or, for the game. That's how I got into the industry. And it worked. I got hired to work in Darkest Dungeon from that. Alright, BRB, give me a second. I gotta go to the bathroom. scene. Ugh. Got your junior programmer job by shutting off your Minecraft MLP mod. Never think, by the way, that mods are not considered professional experience by developers. They absolutely are. They may have slightly different value than working on a full game, but they absolutely are considered, and you should put them on your resumes. Find a rich wife. We're not rich. We barely make any money. And at some point, I'm gonna have to go back and get a job if this doesn't succeed, because it's just... I would like to have a child, at least one, and I have no money for any of that. Then it's just kind of demoralizing to work for years and years without making any money. I'm gonna be honest. It kind of sucks. Not making money doing a lot of work sucks. Kind of don't like the names that I give these, but whatever. I see what you said earlier, different way. Person will take this requirement is 99% of the time written by people who don't know shit about game dev. 80% of the times the position is already filled, yep. 10% of the times ghosted. Position 9% of the times it's a scam. Yeah, there's a lot of that. If you want to work with corpos though, Lazy Fangs is right, get a degree. But I will say, don't get a degree if you're in the game dev industry. In most cases, they don't mean shit. Okay, got a degree. Can you make games? Well, I got a piece of paper. What was the butterfly loot that we had? The antenna and the wing. That'll work. Or people are now getting a master's because a degree is turned to mean so little for higher ability. Sometimes I'm not sad that I dropped out of high school. Fuck that shit. Who needs it? Glad you're not neck deep in student loans. Well, that too, and I didn't waste the time. I don't know, it would have been good for networking, but I don't know. That's about it. Degrees meant something back then. They did used to. You do that. You do that shit in EU actually. Do. You just put it into taxes. And then the schools suffer. and colleges don't have any, or universities don't have any reason to compete with each other. The problem with the US isn't that education is privatized, it's that it is not regulated with how it spends that money. And I will say community colleges are way cheaper. Go to community college. You don't need to go to a Ivy League school. Community colleges are pretty cheap. Well, student loans are some of the most forgiving loans in history. If you go to, here's the thing. I mean, if you go to a university in the US and you have a student loan and you can't pay that back at some point, you've kind of fucked up in life. Like something along the lines of either the education system and or your parenting failed to properly get you prepared for life. And the same thing happens here, by the way, in Poland and other parts of the EU that have free, in quotes, education. People go get degrees that they don't use in life. The burden is on everybody then. It's on the taxpayers. At least not having it on the taxpayers means that people have to deal with it. Don't get a stupid degree. Don't be stupid. And don't go to some crazy college for a degree that you don't need to go to it for. Community colleges are way, way, way cheaper. And you can get most, if not all, the degrees that you would need to succeed in life from them. If you need a degree to succeed in life. Platopo. Purpose Minecrafter said you don't need a degree to get into game dev. Yeah, you don't need, going back to game dev, you don't need a degree. And it's not that you can't find, because we have a ton of people in here who have been part of game development or game design degrees. I think that they're great depending on the curriculum, but you don't need it. You can learn how to make games without that. You can meet people and make games without that. You can probably do it faster and quicker. Let's pretend that those mean different things for the case of my argument. But you will definitely be able to do it cheaper. Platopo. No, let me just open up all these in preparation. Australia has best student loans? Well, student loans in general are the most forgiving loans to exist. Like they're crazy good. If you're taking $100,000 in student loans, you have likely chosen to go to like one of the best schools in the US. And I'm not saying that these are properly priced, but you have chosen this. What degree is going to pay you back? There's no forethought. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go for, I don't know, feminist dance studies. Okay. How much money do people with those degrees make? Oh, they don't make anything? Okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't have to pay for that with my taxes. There's no forethought, and look, I blame the parents. First and foremost, the parents. Platopo tongue. I bet Platopo fur too, but that was just a junk item. Yeah. Platopo hide. Okay. Australia gives you university education for free and then gives you university. Well, Australia also has very high taxes. In theory, the privatization is supposed to encourage competition, which is supposed to lower taxes, and it does, but not for these Ivy League schools. They're like Apple products. People think that they need to have them and spend the money because that's what will make them the coolest. And then they live in dorm instead of living, they live on the campus grounds, which is crazy expensive, instead of just finding a few roommates and living for cheap closer to the school and like bike riding distance. These kids do it to themselves. Yeah, just go to community college. Go to community college, live at home, carpool with other people or something to save money. Just be smart about it. And if you do want to live in the city where the community college is and not have to drive, even though gas and cars are cheap as shit in the US, then just live with a bunch of roommates. The problem is, Cuthbert, with the Polish system, the taxes, it obfuscates things, and it means that there's not a lot of oversight to the quality of the school. It's like, comparing private schooling versus public schooling. Yes, one costs more money, but it does also mean that there's likely better oversight over the quality of that. In general. Not in all cases, but in general. This is a junk item. J. Platopo hide. We'll do the 80% for this too. And then we have the Platopo tongue. That is an ingredient. Look at like the biggest colleges in the US and how many faculty they have per student and how much they're paying these faculty. You'll start to see one of the main points of waste. You wish earning from your own business didn't require a company in Poland? What do you mean? And if, for example, sales on Steam itch without having a company, you need to have Zeus and other tax crap associated. It's kind of the same in every country, though, I think. You're always paying into some social security, and you have some, like, other taxes and bullshit to pay. You want to run a company? But you just do like the LLC, right? Although I know it's a little bit more annoying here in Poland for doing all that and filtering out your taxes and VAT shit. I don't really have to do that in the US with an LLC. Yeah, no, that's fair. It is kind of annoying. I know like the business bank accounts in Poland though, like ING makes it pretty easy to pay off all that shit, but I agree with you. You hate it when your balancing Excel sheet takes 5 minutes to load up? What the fuck do you have running in there? What kind of crazy scripts do you have running in there? Well, if you don't earn enough money, you can have an unregistered company. Basically the game. You might be going a little bit too deep with balancing. How data driven is your game if you have that much shit going on? Okay. Pudding. Taxes in general are a weird concept for me. At least like paying upwards of 50% of your income to services you don't use to make the money with. Yeah, I kind of agree, Agent Sausage. I preferred opt-in taxes. Whereas like here in like Poland, you have a lot of, you have to pay towards public health. But then how much do you use it? Because it takes a lot of time to get treatment. And treatment isn't always the greatest. Not having to pay for surgeries is great. Old people gunk up the system here too. It's kind of annoying. Balancing an FPS game with way too many weapons? Oh boy. Don't balance out the fun. What is the next one? It's the Pudding. Pudding has heart and slime. I don't think the Pudding has anything else. Pudding was the... Yeah, heart and slime. Fun is secondary balance. Press accept in the tax form. That's the thing that scares me a little bit, is just... It's kind of scary in Poland that you don't... It's really hard to see how much of your taxes are lost. Your income is lost to taxes, sorry. I'm half brain use. Hmm. 9 months for an ultrasound. Jesus Christ. That's fucking wild. Oh, and there's a lack of money in medical services? How? I mean, so much of the taxes go towards it. Every government system is fucked up in some way. In every country, every government system. Bureaucracy. What are you gonna do? I don't know about in Poland, Lazy Fangs, but I do have to report Twitch earnings. Well, I have to report Twitch earnings because it's based on Microraptor Games. But I think if you're working for yourself, you would just include as part of your own earnings. But it is income. UK have been on list for autism assessment for the past 4 years. What the fuck? I'm not gonna defend any health system in the world because everything has its problems, but like if you don't have these problems over on the left side, you have these problems over on the right side, and vice versa. That's crazy though. 4 years for a fucking assessment. Well, many services are connected to government sites and they send it automatically, so we can just go to web and press accept, accept, accept. There's some really nice parts about Polish healthcare. Especially private Polish healthcare, which I think is relatively decently priced, and you get very good service. but you're still paying for public health care that you then wouldn't use. Whereas the money doesn't touch my bank account, it goes to PayPal only, so technically I'm not earning anything. Well, I don't know what the Polish version of the IRS is, but I'm not sure that they will see it the same way that you do. The Polish Revenue Service. Disagree, but in medical we have issue that we are paying not enough to have enough doctors for what we want. We're paying way below UE per capita. Want to compare to Korea or Singapore? Well, if you want to compare to Korea or Singapore, then you're going to need a lot better GDP than what Poland has right now. And the quality of public health care in Poland is not great. In some cases. Per capita? Well, I mean, that still would impact GDP, because GDP is per capita too. Wait for amount 1. Need to fix these. These look fine. GDP game design principles? I think every game designer does have principles, actually. I have principles. Yeah, I've had the same problems that you guys have in like UK or where else. If you go like public healthcare here in Poland, you have to wait a long time. You might get doctors that don't really give a shit. You know, they'll swing a hammer at your leg and say, "Yeah, well, it's probably okay." But the private healthcare is very affordable, and prices of drugs are very cheap. You have 0 principles, pay me. Racco fur, Racco, we just have fur, and I think we said they would drop like a junk item. Oh, and we have the Racco leaf too. We need those 2 things. I don't think there was any junk to those. I think getting decent private healthcare in Poland is... Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like 4,000 a year? 4,000 or 5,000 a year per person? Zloty? Like... basic? Which I think for average salary in Poland, if we want to round it to about 6,000 a month. 72 divided by 4. Like 1/18. 6K net is not average. It's higher than average, I will say. I wish it was average. But I was being generous. Let's design what would be our chat, Microraptor's chat's ideal health system that wouldn't have any of the problems that any existing health system has. Got paid 1,800 net. When I first moved here to Poland, I was being paid 3,000 net for game design. And that was on Umowa Ozleczenia. So, yeah. Junior game design. Already having more game design experience than a lot of game designers here in Poland. Yeah, dental psych stuff. But you can get private health packages with dental and psychology stuff. But it is more expensive. Game design, you mean easily exploitable save? Yeah, the average salaries of designers in Poland is actually pretty bad. This is from 2023. This is a great guy who makes these every year. Designers get shafted, and then a lot of Polish companies wonder why their games design is horrible. That Bruto, I do not... No, I think this is... I would hope that this is net. Seems rather unreal. Seems high. From what I know, this is actually pretty pretty average. Oh, this is Bruto? Yeah, that makes sense. I wish it was Netto, but yeah. It's horrible. Why aren't our games designed very well? Well, maybe it's because all the designers worth a shit work for other countries than Polish developers. The disparity between experience too is pretty wild. What design is it? Game, UI, UX? It's kind of lumped in, I agree. I don't know how design and art is being differentiated here. But that's a fair question to pose. This I'll tell you for a lot of companies is bullshit though. But massive disparity between some of these things. Thanks for the follow, Wizard. I can paste this in chat if you guys are curious about Polish dev salaries. UI UX is so rare that it's not taken into account. You're not wrong. And if you've played some Polish games, you would know how true that feels. Problem is, like, Polish game dev is just considered a dumping ground for a lot of publishers. Like, oh, I'll just throw $1 million at some Polish company and we'll get the game made. Like I said, anybody worth their salt just goes and works for some foreign company. Slowly changing. I think it is slowly changing. I mean, I cope that it's slowly changing. Fingers crossed. There's a lot of great Polish talent too. There really is. There's so much great Polish talent. But even if you have good talent, it's hard to get the funding for it. And those that do get funding sometimes just misuse the funding. Because they accept really bad like publishing deals, and then they get a whole bunch of investors and a business loan. And then they wonder why 99% of their company revenue goes to other people and not the company. Doesn't feel like I've known you for a year. It's kind of just, the time is flying by with this. Pretty wild. I've been game dev for 5 years now, and I have work only half year in company that had UX UI designer. Well, just because of how hard it is to find these individuals like UX UI designers, because again, if you're good, you just go, you don't work for a Polish company because you won't get paid the same. You know, what you do is you hire a UX/UI designer instead of knowing that these two things are pretty separate, and it's hard to find people that do both. You hire one designer because you think that that's all it needs to make a game, and then you are fucked. I better work at any role outside of Poland while living here? Yes. Yep. Yep, you can't, and I can't blame the experienced developers from Poland here who just are like, you know what, I'm gonna go work for a German company. Get paid in euros. Live in Poland. They can even underpay me in euros, and I can live here in Poland and still live much better than... And arguably the Germans are... Sometimes the German attitude is better suited for game development. Put it that way. Some aspects of game development. Working for companies in euros is so nice. I'm happy for anybody who can do that. Work culture is much more relaxed in Poland. It's very cutthroat. German attitude is better suited for many things. I hope they don't implement Euro anytime soon. Oh, I can't speak on that. You guys would know. Anybody here in Europe would know better about the pluses and minuses of implementing the Euro. I won't pretend to have an idea of what that means. Had some offers from UK and France, and they offered less than I get in Poland. You're also making quite a bit in Poland. I mean, programmers in Poland make quite a bit, even though there are arguably way more programmers than there are like designers or good producers. Finding a good designer and a good producer in Poland is hell. Absolute hell. You can pay a decent amount, you can have a pretty good company, you can have a pretty good game, and you could still have that designer producer position open for months before you find anybody worth going past an interview with. Okay, the Shaga is next. The Shaga just has the flower, and then we were going to give some like other loot for it. We'll start with at least the guaranteed loot. We swap to Euro by simply changing PLN to Euro. I can pay you 5 million in communist times zloty. Don't look up the conversion rate. I promise it's very good. I know the conversion rate, you're ancient, you know that money. recently found thousands of it. People scam with that too. They scam with that in I watched this guy who lives in Prague and exposes scammers. Some of you might have watched him. And a big scam is the Belarusian expired currency. That they'll try to scam tourists with. Like, hey, I'll exchange some money for you. Here's some rubles. You seen that guy? Yeah, his name's the Honest Guide or something. He's actually gotten quite a few laws passed in Prague and in Czechia as a whole because of his exposing. Snailo has the antenna tips in the shell. One of the few companies here in Poland that I've heard nothing but good things about, which if you're in Polish game dev, you know that that's pretty rare to hear, is Anshar Studios. I think they do a lot of code dev. I think I should start pre-production code dev company. Do you think people would actually pay for that though? Because I think that a lot of the stupid studio heads that need it the most don't think that they need it because they don't see the point in it. There's a company like this in USA? Really? Pre-production company meme playway. Fuck, that's funny. That's good. You and I both know that you're not wrong. Some like 2-day prototype drops in your lap. Finish this. I don't even know what it is. Oh, well, here's the paragraph idea of the game. Okay. Pre-production code dev. I mean, a lot of studios could use pre-production help. I think if you asked half of the game dev companies to define what a vertical slice is, I bet that they couldn't do it. Tell me like 3 hours how much time it would take to finish this. It's like, well, it would take about, you know, a team of 10 people over the course of 3 years. So a budget of, you know, let's say 1.5 million zloty. Okay, we can offer you 150,000 zloty and 15 juniors that have actually no game development experience. That work? Good? Okay. Or 3 people in 6 months, yeah. A vertical slice, you slice a cake to see all its layers, yep. Anytime you say slice, I imagine a cake and get hungry. Well, cake is a good example. That's the common example of what a vertical slice is when you want to use a non-game object. There's some really good game demos, though, and there's some really good examples of like maps in games. Witcher 3 White Orchard is the one that I always go to. As a great example of a vertical slice, was making this. For people who don't know much about development or haven't been here for those previous examples, this has everything that the rest of the game has, but in a very small map, very contained. You can work on this, you can polish it up, you can budget from this, you can make your milestone plan from this, you can determine how much time and how many people it's going to take to scope this up to the rest of the world that you want to show off. Everything's here though. Monster nests, your skill totems, or whatever the fuck they were called. You have the city with the job board, a tavern, armorer, weaponsmith, herbalist, quests, bosses, armor sets. Where's the brothel though? Hey, yeah, that's not in here. You have to play the rest of the game for that. Vertical slice, you mean early access? I mean, I would go to early access with a vertical slice, but I wouldn't go to early access with anything before vertical slice. Or Next Fest. And the problem is most Next Fest demos and most early access games are both before vertical slice. They're at best prototypes. Some of them can still succeed, many of them don't. Most of them don't. Vertical slice feels like making most of the game already though, as you have most mechanics. You should have pretty much every single mechanic. It might not be fully finished, but the only way to determine whether or not those mechanics are fun in combination is to have them in the vertical. So, I mean, yeah, a lot of your game is being made. It's just that if you do your vertical slice properly, alpha and beta should honestly just be a content sprint. It's kind of boring, but the more boring your alpha and beta is, that means you probably did your vertical slice quite well. Because it's like, okay, we know what this should look like. We literally just have to make it, and then we have to balance it and test it. Yeah, I mean, you should have all your mechanics, because then it's like, okay, mechanic locked. We're not adding any more features. Now we just work on the rest of the game. We just scope it up. Like, oh, we have one level. We need 10. Let's make level number 2, and then level number 3. Yeah, grow horizontally. Make your horizontal slice. I mean, these should be killable. Let's move these out. Redirectors? Probably. Kind of unrealistic at this point in development. No one would accept a VS that has one level, one weapon, etc. Well, I mean, I think that vertical slices being just one of everything is a little bit... Sometimes one is enough to know. Sometimes you need more. You kind of have to play them by ear. I mean, some vertical slices I wouldn't accept without at least testing... Like Doom, you know, if you're making like Doom 2016, I'd probably want every single weapon at least usable in the vertical slice, even if it wasn't fully balanced perfectly or whatever. But you know, sometimes all of those weapons are needed because or like a tool might be needed because that can determine how your pipeline for level design should work, right? Like a grappling hook. So you should include that. You know, you could argue that that's a feature rather than like a tool. Fair enough. And sometimes one enemy isn't enough, right? Kind of depends on these weapons mechanically different or just balanced in different ways. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. A better way to say what I was trying to say. These won't have strings yet, but I think I can actually obtain loot. I guess single weapon for each shooting style, melee. Yeah, same with like enemies, right? You're like, okay, we have a melee type, range type. Let's do one of each. Then bosses. Okay. Because the goal of your vertical is the same thing with your prototype, but prototype maybe more so. You're trying to just get rid of all the unknowns. How many are you going to have? How much is this going to cost? How many people do we need to make it? How much money are we going to ask for? I love the way he dies. His interaction is kind of shite. At least it is working. We can all them regardless of that? Yeah, I agree. I mean, vertical slice, it is an important milestone, but it's important not because it signals that you're entering production fully, but you literally want to have as few unknowns as possible. You want to have all your pipelines determined, the exact budget you need. You know, you're not going to eliminate every single unknown that you can. That's impossible to do in game dev. But the more that you eliminate, the more that you can be sure that you'll reach the target destination with what you want in the game. And so many developers just speed through it. They're like, oh, it's a date on the calendar. March 1st is our vertical slice when it's supposed to be done. Well, March 1st comes around, they're like, okay, now we're working on alpha. Okay. Did we make a vertical slice? Well, we're still finishing up the level. Okay, then it's not completed. It's not done. And, you know, the tools are still being worked out. Okay, so then it's literally not ready. The number of times I've seen that makes me so frustrated. Probably something to do with the meshes. I do trace complex. But are they ignoring? They are ignoring visibility. We'll see if that's okay. Might cause a problem. We'll fix it if so. There we go. We should have icons for all these. Now that they're in the right folder. Yeah, we good. How large is the team making this game? 2 people primarily. But we expect to expand up to about 15 people full time. And then production will take about 3 years. We'll be doing some outsourcing too, where needed. Especially with like art and sound. Gotta use the budget efficiently. Icons are gonna, let's use strings. We know we need strings. Could teach ChatGPT to make me the strings. People in 3 years? Takes so much work to make a game? A lot of money too. Will you provide office for your dear slaves? Work? No. Office would be too expensive. And it would limit the people that I can hire. But I would say we're willing to pay for private office space if needed, kind of like what I do. If you can't work at home. It's the main elements that take up so much time. Just can't envision what 15 people can do full-time in a game. Art is a big one. A lot of things just take a lot of time to make and time to perfect. I mean, you're making things from scratch, right? So you have to like make the mesh for it, you know, unwrap the UVs. You have to make the texture for it. Then that thing is supposed to be collected, so it needs its own sound. Well, now it needs to, you know, like burn, so we need to set up the material to accept, you know, different parameters for how burnt it is. Then those things have to be made performant. They have to be tested. You know, one thing can just have so many moving parts. I think for 144 things, it would be easier just to teach ChatGPT how to format these for me real quick. Let's see here. I need you to take an input like this and return a formatted. Let's do all three. We don't use the Latin anymore, but whatever. We'll just put it in regardless. Wait a second, hold on. No, that's fine. That might be enough to teach it. We'll see. Okay, it didn't like, okay. It's something with like this is some bullshit 4.0. The stupid 4.0 version, like the better version of ChatGPT actually works worse than the others. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. We're working on so many parts. Don't put the underscore N or D, etc. in the string. Pretty much how it needs to look. I almost need to run it out of the 4.0 that I get for free every day, just so that it starts giving me the better version. Okay. Well, we'll know if it's right the moment that we can pull it up and just cheat all ingredients, so let's assume that it's right. I don't see anything on the outset that looks problematic. We'll do it in small batches. Why not change it manually? It takes way too much time writing all this shit when I can just do that. This is the good use of large language models in game development. Stop stopping. Okay, we'll do it in even smaller batches. And from before, I can't, it won't let me change it. I could swear that you used to be able to do that, but I can't do it now. Memory full? Well, I hope it's not memorizing this. Pay up. I used to pay for it. It was alright. I just don't think I used it as much. Good, I've hit the free plan, thank God. Let me see if I'm not crazy. Because I swear that I can now just paste in more shit and it's actually better at it. You could argue it's a little bit slower, but I'll take that over having to copy paste everything. No, the 4.0 was actually worse at doing this. Look at this. It's actually doing it. 4.0 would only handle batches of about this size. Non-4.0, I don't know what the free version, you know, after 4.0 is. But it did all of it. Yeah. The weirdest thing. We're gonna handle more than that? Well, go tell 4.0 that, because today and yesterday it did the same thing. Look, I teach it, and I paste the things, and then it just stops at boar meat ground. Yeah, I wish I could just select which version, but it won't let me, so fuck it. Give you the list and prompt. Okay, I will give you the prompt and the list. I will send it on Discord. I mean, I would change it if I can. It would have been great if I could do that, but it wouldn't let me. Not only did it not do that first set, but when I pasted that full first set, it wouldn't do it. No, Claude is where it's at. Because you're free, I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Fuck it. The important thing is that I have it. That's the most important thing. Where's the memory? 100% full? Fuck. Maybe it shoved this bullshit in one of the memories. I don't know. I'll worry about that later. It did the full thing for you all the way to Tusk G? I don't know then. Fuck GPT. I bet Grok would have done it. Do you shit on it? Maybe. Maybe it knows. The Borfer? Did it not do that? Oh, I think I told it to, and I used that to copy, but I didn't actually paste that in. Okay. Yeah. Easy fix. Bro was uncharacteristically slow at it. Weird. Who knows? It's just pulling those from pre-existing ones. They don't actually have anything on them. Okay. Good. That means we can just write up the flavor and effects at our own leisure. Which should probably be tomorrow or something. Die, bitch. Okay, very nice. Let me go make sure that it turns into a sack, if not looted for a while. Should be some snails around here, I think. Owner actor invalid? The fuck you mean it's invalid? I mean, there is animals are currently work in progress, so maybe there's an issue with them or something. That shouldn't happen, although I might know why it happens. Yes, I know what happens. Animals are quite old. This is exactly, though, why you wouldn't want to reuse the same project to make your vertical slice that you made your prototype in. In many cases, it's just going to be faster to start over with all the proper knowledge that you gained while making the prototype. But yeah, ignore the not working animals for now. They will be fixed probably before Friday. Okay, he should poof away after like 20 seconds. Is this full-time? Yeah, I'm full-time. I am full-time. The other members that are helping us are not. Okay, awesome. Beautiful, working. Re-import those, re-import the strings, just to be safe. Full-time unemployed? Well, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I don't have a salary. Ain't making no money. Let's double check that that fixed the non-bores. But it should have. Yeah. All good. Your mom's an elder tree. Elden Ring. What about the butterflies? I wonder where that health bar is. I feel like the health bar might clip with the butterflies. It could be worse. Our beach balls are pretty special. You want to hear them? I think the audio... Yeah, something weird is going on with the audio. With the water. Huh. I wonder if it's at all related to that blueprint error. Cutsper, are you still here? Fucking Skyrim sound. Placeholder. It works. Hey, Justin. If you touch the balls just right, there's a moan. Technically, yes. Today's the worst day of the year when everyone thinks they're funny and original with their pranks. Yeah, I kind of forgot that that was today. Yeah, there's something weird with the audio going underwater. Coming back above water is fine, though. We'll fix that. Let's not forget that that's a problem. I don't know what caused that. Audio when going underwater is fuckered. Forgot to. Yeah. I didn't notice until today. I'm like, oh yeah, April 1st is like a special day. I forgot about that. Great haircut. Thank you, at work computer. Are you in fact at your work computer? Out of curiosity. There was an audio bug too with the task storage that I need to fix. I kept forgetting to fix it. You are? Okay. Do you have another account, like at home computer, that you log into only at home? You do? Dude, no way you have an at-home computer. There's no fucking way you have an at-home computer account. Google Assistant for some reason just caught you talking to it. Okay, Google. Add 10 kilograms of extra small condoms to my Amazon shopping cart and check out. And for anybody else, Alexa, add extra small condoms to my Amazon shopping cart and Instabuy. There, that'll get you guys. We need like a storage sound, like a, I don't know, like adding an item to like a crate. Like a box sound. We'll spend the next hour looking for one. Knife thrust into wall. I hate that that could actually kind of work. It actually works. You forgot Siri? Who's spending so much money on an Apple product? Yeah, that actually works. That's kind of crazy. I thought that would be kind of memey. Fair enough. Thanks, I was running out. Hey, having a small penis is better than having no penis at all. And there are people in the world with no penises. Primarily women. And who would want to be a woman? Huh? Imagine that. Imagine having boobs and being able to make money by selling pictures of them. The cope. don't need to imagine that I'm living it. Audio cue. Brain fart. Visual learner. Classic. Jesus. Calm down. That might be too loud. We're gonna see. Could be a femboy. Okay, that's true. You could be a femboy. Always wanted to be a femboy. Wild. I feel like being a femboy is pretty great because you could get a man if you wanted, but still be straight. Like, you have the option. A little bit loud, but it works. Sounds dumb, but it works. You don't need to be gay to sleep with men as a male. There are men who sleep with men but don't identify themselves as gay. I feel like sleeping with men... Like, there are some really hot dudes out there. Is it gay to do it once? Is there a limit? You know, is there a threshold? Like, you do the minimum cutoff because you don't want to, like, catch the outliers, right? Moving goalposts. I think having sex with a man does make you gay or bisexual. You are either gay or bisexual. Those are the only things you can be, but it's not wrong. Nothing wrong with being gay. First time doesn't count, the third time resets the counter. Ah, okay. We all think you're about Henry Cavill. Well, this is a man. Henry Cavill's a man who's been fucked around by like every studio that ever does anything for him. He gets promised to be Geralt. He gets fucked over by Netflix. He gets promised his Warhammer show. He gets fucked over by Amazon. It's not gay to have sex with Henry Cavill. The man deserves something nice in his life. Okay? So I don't want to hear anything. I don't know if he got shafted for the Warhammer show. It's Amazon. I assume that they're gonna fuck it up somehow. You have all the money in the world, the ability to get all the talent in the world. You get given the best IPs, and somehow you still fuck it up. So it's gonna happen. Got shots because he said some dumb shit that let Amazon have more concessions about the show and add the dumbass female custodes. It's so weird because there are female factions in Warhammer. Why can't they just make a show about that? Like, isn't there like some like badass psycho ladies that go around and like kill people like crazy? Why would you not just find the hottest women on the planet, put them in the roles of these characters, and then make a show about that? No, how it is the grass is always greener. Understand it's because he wants to stick to the core material too much and studio execs want to adapt it. That's at least what I heard about Witcher 3. Who needs women when you have Necron's flesh is weak? Says the person who won't even read Eisenhorn. Me and my wife are trying to get into Warhammer, and I bought Eisenhorn as a book because I heard that was a really, really good entry point into the universe. And that's on both of our reading lists. We bought the omnibus. I guess I could work on effects and flavors. They kind of take me a lot of time, but I have extra time today. I will read it. I'm busy reading Apothecary Diaries, the light novels, okay? Let me finish with something. Jeez. Love the anime. I do too. I feel like the fur shouldn't be that, like, crazy. Maybe it can have something like Bulwark 1. I don't know what else I would do with it. Boar tusk. Strength boost. Grinding it does non-neutral utility. That'll work. Boar meat. We can pretty much do everything with this except distilling it. Plus essence plus neutral utility. Minus damaging, minus curing. Doesn't actually have any essence, neutral utility, damaging, or curing. Do that. Or meat cut minuses main stat, but boosts neutral utility. Mid ground boosts non-neutral, minuses healing and curing. Making this 2 balanced is not really that important. We want to encourage the player to have multiple options to solve most potion problems. Also, it's a prototype, so who the fuck cares? Damaging, non-neutral, minus is healing, minus is stamina. Hooked. Minus non-neutral utility. Okay. The only thing that's weird about Apothecary Diaries to me is that it's clearly written by a woman, Because things will escalate romantically in ways that if I did those same things to women in real life, I would be in jail for 5,000 lifetimes. No, it's not. I'm not saying women can't write. I'm just saying that women like to write scenarios romantically that if I did them as a real man, I would be accused of grape without the G. Yikes, cancel. Well, I do say you should cancel me. I deserve to be canceled. So that is fair. That's how women do. It's like male writers would write the same scenarios and get called horrible things, but women's writers write those scenarios and it's okay. Like nobody bats an eye. Look at the restore health in here, like fortify. All depends if you're attractive or not. It's as simple as that. Hey, look, people talk about like privilege all the time. The main privilege is class privilege and attractiveness privilege. Everything else pales in comparison to those two things. Just be Henry Cavill, yeah. You know, if like I'm standing in line, let's say like I'm standing in line and there's a guy standing behind, but I don't know it's a guy, and I don't know what that guy looks like. He taps me on the shoulder and whispers in my ear, "I want to fuck your brains out." I would start to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gay," but then I turn around and I see Henry Cavill, like, about to touch my butthole. I'd be like, "Well, you know." Okay. Yeah, let's do it. It's like with 50 Shades of Grey, if he wasn't a millionaire and lived in a shack in the woods, it'd be a thriller, not a romantic movie, yeah. No, I get it. I think, look, if you want to write crazy stuff, if that's your fetish, if that's your fantasy, go for it. I don't care. Just the double standard does exist. It's a little silly. Girls can watch the hottest guy in a show do the most rapey things in existence, and I'm just like looking over like, this is okay to you? I know people in jail for doing this. Anything flies if you're either rich or good looking or both. Doesn't it? Those people were ugly and poor. I guess so. I guess so. Guys, how's it going? Henry Cavill wants to bang me. I feel like most men who are at least somewhat secure about their sexuality can admit that if Henry Cavill, and look, it doesn't have to be that you catch and he pitches. You know, you could pitch and he could catch. But we would all agree that this is... we would do it. And probably not even for money. I mean, it's Henry Cavill. You're pitching, you're so straight. Yes. This is true. You mean Superman? Exactly, yeah. Henry Cavill finds me attractive. Fuck yeah, this isn't gay. Yeah, it's not. It's Henry Cavill. Like, you could just... Here's the thing, right? Your goal as a straight man is to attract women. What do you think attracts more women? You saying that you had the opportunity to fuck Henry Cavill and you declined it, or that you accepted it? It's as simple as that. And plus, maybe he likes it. Maybe he was happy with it, and now you get to text Henry Cavill And he's like, hey bro, do you want to come over to my mansion and help me build my new PC and play some Warhammer? You now get to say to women like, yeah, I know Henry Cavill. We were playing Warhammer. I still have his sweat on me. It would work. I mean, they'd probably want to smell it. It's Henry Cavill. It's like if you're a little kid and Michael Jackson... You know what? Never mind. Someone is super handsome and somehow not rich and he's doing something wrong. It's true. Rich but ugly equals, you gotta grit your teeth and do it for the money, but if someone is poor but attractive, sure, let's do it. Attractiveness is even more important than money. So what do you think is the most privilege? It goes attractiveness, class. Everybody focuses on the wrong things, like, you know, what you have between your legs or skin color. Who cares about that? Charisma class level gold. Oh fuck. Healing curing. Plus non-neutral. Okay, so we'll just keep Druid Sense at 2 and then boost up Calm. Class then attract. You think class is above attractiveness? Okay. I think that's fair. Character brain charisma is the most important factor in being attractive. Yeah, but how big are your boobs? I think shape of dick is also quite important. Not even size, but shape. Ladies, correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's Snickers vein. Is that your dating profile? It says nothing about you, it just says I have that Snickers vein. We all know there aren't any ladies here. Oh fuck, what are we doing? I love this. I love this stream, but I hope publishers never watch it. Okay, butterfly wing. Let's do fortify stammy. We'll do some lightness. Maybe some silence too. Get clips so people can cancel you later on when you become famous. Yeah, I think there's more than enough content to cancel me with, if people are wondering. I mean, go for it. Why not? Fuck it. They're always out of context hot takes. I feel like people would cancel me more based on my game hot takes than my personal hot takes. I'm so middle of the road that I don't feel like any of my political opinions are really that cancelable. Bull. Want to make a joke, but I'll be canceled and you'll probably get banned? Yeah, fuck it, why not? I mean, as long as you don't type in like any slurs or anything, you can say some pretty hot takes. We've had people in here who argue for not letting parents give birth if they don't make enough money. So, you know, it's... We've gone down some pretty interesting pathways. Non-neutral. Oh wait, this should be the other way around. 3-2. Minus healing, minus carry, non-neutral utility. So middle that that all sides cancel. Yeah, that's exactly me. You promote me to moderator, will implement a solution. I'll make sure it's the final one too. I don't think that's that crazy. You had the Israeli government calling, like, Auschwitz Polish death camps. Should have seen how the Polish people took that one. The correct term, by the way, is Nazi death camps in Poland. It's a different way, alright. Curing, damaging, minus neutral, minus essence, plus curing, plus damage. Okay, we could add a cure to this. German, not Nazi? Okay, well. I don't think Polish people hate Germans too much anymore. Enough time has passed. I mean, it helps when, like, every single German of a younger generation just feels intense shame, even though they did nothing to cause it. Okay, what Germany's doing to the EU, but not Germans. Well, that's different. That's like bureaucracy shit. People here don't want to let the world forget Nazis were Germans. Fair enough. Okay, U.S. citizen tells the Polish people to chill with the Germans. I'm not telling you to chill. I just think that there's a distinction, right? Like, sins of the father are not the sins of the son. It's like not all white people are condoning slavery or something. At least that's like the US one, is all white people were slavers. Well, a lot of white people came over after slavery was already abolished, so. I don't know how that one checks out. We'll get rid of the lightness. We'll go fortify stamina, silence, and cure. Walking a thin diplomatic crisis line here. Well, the good thing is I'm not a diplomat. Quite the opposite, so. I'm gonna say some things. Yeah, more cure disease is fine. I hate the whole race war stuff. I hate it. It's so bad in the US. Everybody just wants to talk about skin color. It's so annoying. Yap, yap, yap. Solve no problems. Yay, government. Okay, but a topo tongue. I don't know what to give this. What are we pretty low on? Restore essence. Resist magic. Frenzy. Honestly, Polish people make a lot of Nazi jokes. You might be in a room with a lot of Polish people making jokes like that. They will, they might be the ones to like it the most. The Germans don't like those jokes. Oh boy, do they not like those. Plus essence, plus neutral utility. Minus damaging, minus curing. Okay, we'll do restore essence 3 then.
shiitake?
Interesting time, shiitake. How you doing, huge cookie?
Wrong.
Just say April.
Shiitake?
Just say. Just say April Fools after each hot take, and then you're covered.
Mr. President,
That sounds
Wake
like the in Minecraft defense, which didn't hold up very well.
I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come.
Stop. Stop, please. Please. I've given you guys the worst tools to use. Cut. Plus neutral, minus main stat. Okay, the restore essence we can say is gone. Plus neutral utility. Okay, we'll boost up the night vision then and do frenzy. Night vision frenzy. That'll work. We're not at a recess stop gum. Are we missing any like good sound effects that could increase this? I feel like an anime woman saying "touch me" in a seductive voice could be interesting because there's a lot of things you could do with that. Okay, hold on. Back to effects. I'm thinking about getting touched. Non-neutral utility. Be the frenzy, minus healing, minus curing. Okay, we'll just do restore essence 2. Frenzy 2. Fermented tongue. Plus damaging, plus non-neutral. Minus healing, minus stamina. Soap jokes. Tihuyu. Lambert, Tihuyu. Most people will know that one. $10 million channel points, choose a sound in the game. That's dangerous. It actually took me a long time to find that splash effect. It took me over an hour to find that splash effect. There's not a lot of good splash effects. Cooked healing stamina minus non-neutral. Yeah, that'll work. Pouring heart. Well, I mean, as a heart, it's got to do some health shit, right? Maybe some downsides, though. It'll paralyze you. Good. The fuck is a nugget? And why does my visual code of the Unity C# add-on? It's a good question. Ask Lazy Fangs. Lord Bond, thank you for the follow. I hope you've been enjoying our cancelable discussions. And if you need any clips, just it'll be all be uploaded on YouTube later. Go ham. Pouring slime. Pouring slime. Pouring slime. Slime, slime, slime. Maybe slow for sure would be nice. Slow makes sense. Fortify essence. Slow. And resist magic. Yeah. Fermented boosts damaging and non-neutral. Minus is healing, minus is stamina. We don't have healing or stamina. But we can boost slow. Cooked will boost healing stamina minus non-neutral utility. We'll do restore. One on the fortify. Slow gets removed. Resist magic loses a tier. Now the package and include the binaries. Do you include the non-binaries too, though? Putting slime distill plus curing plus damaging. I'm gonna add a cure plus minus neutral minus essence. Neutral. Okay, we'll do the slow then. Poison. Cure disease. Your AIDS will be gone, but you will be eating a Tide Pod. The most diabolical thing they could do with Tide Pods is release ones that actually do smell and kind of taste like candy. Can't have AIDS when you aren't alive. It's true. It is a cure. You had to eat Tide Pod to cure your HIV is a win for me. Just straight up sell edible Tide Pods. What if they released Tide Pods that were actually candy? Like they were like gummies, Tide Pod gummies. Somebody has to have made those. Gummy pods. Oh, that's sinister. That's actually sinister. Children are burning their eyes by playing with laundry pods. Well, they thought it was a gummy. They thought it was one of these gummy pods. Imagine buying these as a kid and like going up to your parent and be like, hey dad, look what I can do, and then eating one of these. Heart attack. Instant heart attack. No, son! You did try to eat one as a child? The only thing we did as a child was we snorted like lemonade mix because we thought it was funny. Worst thing I could do is just like sting your nose, maybe make it bleed a little bit. Shop worker mixes them up and puts them in opposite aisles. Didn't have dishwashers when I was a child? Well, thank the Soviets for that one. Well, you always had a dishwasher. You called her mom. Tell me I'm wrong. Do it. Say it.
Wrong.
Yeah. Fuck off. Fuck you.
FBI, open up!
No. Not the federal buttholes of instigation. Okay, Racco leaf. A Racco leaf. Druid sense for sure. Restore health. The redeems are too expensive, lower the cost? No, because if I lower the cost, you guys spam it like crazy. See? And some of you with no life and nothing better to watch than putting me on your third monitor minimized at 15% volume. You guys, like lazy fangs, get to rack up your points and spam them. This is what I mean. Okay,
I'm
draw.
gonna come. I'm gonna come.
Stop.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Stop.
we got him.
Stop.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake? Shiitake?
Shut the fuck up with the shiitake. Stop it. Stop. I'm not gonna play Assassin's Creed Shadows, okay?
Shiitake? Shiitake?
Wrong.
The perfectly timed layered shiitake.
Shiitake?
Plus essence,
Mr. President,
plus neutral.
wake up.
Minus damaging, minus curing. Okay, Druid sense should go up one. Okay, here's a test if you guys know how to use these sound alerts properly. Like an Instagram. Okay, do you guys know how to use these sound alerts properly? Making sure you aren't bots.
I'm gonna come.
Okay, yeah, you guys are good. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Welcome back, Kotspur. How you doing, man?
FBI, open up!
Do you like fantasy? You're more like sci-fi, aren't you? Because I don't think you. Just, I don't think you watched Free Run, right? Neutral utility main stat. Okay, the restore health goes away. Druid sense can remain the same, and water. Well, no, because neutral utility. No, it's fine. Yeah, restore health goes. Druid sense and water breathing stay. Plus non-neutral minus healing minus curing. I have to add a non-neutral to it. What are we low on? Weakness.
Shiitake?
Not shiitake. We're not low on that. We have more than enough shiitake. It's shiitake. There is actually shiitake in the game. There is indeed shiitake. Shit, take mushroom? No, that's me. Will the flavor text be the Ubisoft thing? Somebody play it for me.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
There you go.
Shiitake?
Thank you for the gift subs, Lazy Fangs.
Freshtalk podkreślenie just subscribed. Lazy podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to Freshtalk podkreślenie.
True. Resentment can go quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too.
Kaizi just subscribed.
Shiitake.
Lazy podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to Kaizi.
Hey, shout out to the 5 people that got subs. Very nice.
It's Flanelbert just subscribed.
Thank
Lazy
you, Lazy
podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to It's Flanelbert.
It's so lengthy, it just keeps talking.
My
Yap,
tego
yap,
just
yap.
subscribed.
Polish text to
Lazy
speech.
podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to mytego.
Plus curing, plus damaging, minus neutral, minus essence. Okay, so we have the
B
restore
podkreślenie
health.
well just subscribed. Lazy podkreślenie thanks gifted a tier 1 sub to B podkreślenie well.
Quiet! God. All Polish people know how to do. I wish it would just say, like, the person gifted these subs to these people. Podkreślenie. Yeah, it is what it is. It's only Lazy Fangs that trips it, because he keeps gifting subs. If he didn't do that so much, then I wouldn't complain about it all the time. His fault. Bad Lazy Fangs bad. Okay, Shaga flower. I don't know what this should do. It's a flower. What does any flower do? Give me your sock. No, it's crusty. Pretty low in Restore Essence tier 1. Also Fortify Essence. Pretty low. Goon Quest. Is that like the Adventure Quest game? Seriously, Cuthbert, do you like fantasy at all, or are you like not into fantasy? You have a character in Invincible? You're okay with fantasy. Did you watch Freerun? Because I don't know if we ever talked about that. I don't know if you ever saw that or not. You haven't. Fuck, dude, you're missing out. Does your girlfriend like fantasy? Been hearing a lot from my friends about this new Girl Goon game, and apparently they're very into it. Oh, you mean the PAL game? PAL World, more than just pals. I think it's not out though. Well, not yet. It's not that. You know what you might like, Casper, if you're into anime, is a Lazarus, which I think is being made by the same guy who did Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop. Same director. And it looks really good. And I think it's starting pretty soon. In the utopian year 2052, Dr. Skinner discovered a miracle drug known as Hapna. In 2055, Skinner announces that the drug has a 3-year half-life and soon everyone who took it will die. Task force of 5 agents is assembled to locate Skinner and create a vaccine. Don't have time. It's not even out yet. You'll be able to like watch it. It's 30 minutes a week. Katsper, you don't have that? What's the title again? It's Lazarus, and it is an anime original. So there's nobody that can spoil it for you. Megalobox? You mean Mega Roblox? Good goddamn if I come back to. It's with hot guys? A goon game with hot guys? Oh, a hype chest. Oh, wow. What I got? A Shaka flower has essence. We have so many with resist magic. Warmth. We don't have too much warmth. Or immolation. It really makes sense though for that. Some mobile goon game for girls with hot guys whispering in your ear. Nikkei? No. Nikkei is definitely not for women. Hold on. I have some named ranges that need to be expanded. I didn't even hate Nikkei, but they kind of just... It had a pretty fair model when it came out. And they just gave in to the Gooners. The fuck, why are you 0? We don't have seeds for those. Yeah, they can just be deleted. I haven't heard about any mobile goon game for girls recently. Then again, I'm not really the target market. What if I look it up? Mobile goon game for girls. Gooncore. We'll ask Grok. Maybe Grok knows. What is that recent mobile game that is a gooner game for girls? I'm sure to find it. If there's one thing that people love to talk about on Twitch, it's gooner stuff. Search results show gooner has multiple meanings like porn addiction or Arsenal FC fans. Interesting. In games, it seems linked to adult-themed content like booby games on Reddit. True. So true. Most results, such as Wuthering Waves discussions, suggest gooner games appeal to men, not women, which conflicts with the request. Again, very true. That list of recent mobile games published in 2024 or 2025 targeted at women. That browse didn't help much, probably because gooner games might not focus on mobile games for women. Damn, dude, it knows. It seems that the game in question is Love in Deep Space, released in January 2024, a mobile otome game targeted at women with romantic and sci-fi themes. The term gooner game is unclear. No, it's not. Possibly a typo or niche slang. It's definitely not a typo. Is it that one? Is it Love in Deep Space? I think I have seen this. I think Asmon covered it. And yeah, there do need to be more games like this because clearly women love gooning as much as dudes do. And it's very untapped. Genshin for female? Genshin, it does have femboys. But yeah, women do need more hot dudes. They don't have a lot of hot dudes. And you know what they don't have? They don't have hot dudes that they can take the clothes off of. What's gooning? It's what you do in the privacy of your own self, looking at images of hot people. Plus neutral utility, so resist magic and invisibility both go up here, actually. Privacy? Well, okay, maybe not always privacy. Maybe you do like keeping the curtains open. Smiling at the neighbors. Cut plus neutral minus main stats. So the Fortify Essence goes. We just get left with the resist magic. And the invis. Their fault they look into my house. I mean, what's the legal status of standing in front of your own window and gooning? It's not public. You are in the privacy of your own home. Let's ask Grok. What's the legal status of standing within your own home and pleasuring yourself in front of your front window in full view to the sidewalk? I'm asking for a friend. I want to ask for a specific jurisdiction, that's true. It's always allowed where I'm from, where you're from, Chasing Sunday. Can still be written up. ASBO, antisocial behavior disorder? Some disturbance of the peace and decent. Yeah, I wondered if it counts as indecent exposure. South Carolina, nice. Shotgun right next to me. Preach. Wonder if it's gonna tell me that I can't look that up. I'm gonna be flagged. Rock this slow on such a simple question. It's probably looking it up because it doesn't know. Or it literally will not look this up. It might violate the, It's an important question. Banned for, yeah, probably banned from it, the AI now. Oops. Broke the neural network. It's never had to think about this. It's like, you know, actually, that's a good question. You're in the privacy of your own home. Doge will investigate it. You know the answer, do you want the explanation of how I know? Good to see you too, Lemeb. Look at a personal response from Musk. Is that like we have ChatGPT at home and it's just you texting your like mom or dad? It actually just will not look it up. We'll try it again. And finding info on how intent, especially for sexual gratification, plays a big role in these cases, which fits the scenario. I mean, that is a good point. Wait, this result seems off. It's talking about a bridge in Japan. Interesting. What happened on a bridge in Japan? It seems likely that an act could be considered indecent exposure in many U.S. states depending on visibility and intent. Laws vary. Well, I'm gooning in front of my front window. What do you think my intent is? Laws vary by state, but being visible to the public from your home can still be illegal if intentional for sexual gratification. What if my intention is not for my own sexual gratification, but other people's? I mean, that's fair. This is probably the... Yeah, I mean, this makes sense, to be honest. In other words, try and find out. Long story short, get a good look. I'm not saying that I did it. I wasn't looking it up because I did it. So forcing sexual gratification on others? Isn't that a good thing? Is this one of those cases where it depends on how hot the other person is? You know what? I think it is. I think it is. Would you call the cops on somebody gooning in front of their front window if they were hot? I wouldn't. You would? I don't think I would. Even if it was like, if it was a hot dude or a hot chick, I'd be like, hey, gotta do it somewhere. I wouldn't call on anyone at all. Hey, fair enough. Could think of worse things. I mean, if there were kids involved, I would think very differently. But if it's...
FBI, open up!
Just because I said kids, hold on. No, I'm defending the children. FBI. There's a very specific word for that Twitch doesn't allow me to send. You shouldn't get banned for saying any words. You might not like it. Forcing site. I think this is a hot privilege thing. You give the window gunner a nickname and start a legendary story about him in the neighborhood. He's the window gunner. It sounds way too close to Wendigoon. Great YouTuber, by the way. He'd probably like that joke if you told him, hey, if you goon in front of a window, are you a window gooner? Always done this since his dog left him. This is cooked. Plus healing, plus stamina. We'll add a stamina effect to this. If even for others' pleasure is considered indecent exposure, then wouldn't all of OnlyFans, Twitch, social media, clickbait videos, ad snippets be considered documentation of a crime? I mean, that kind of brings up an interesting question, is where, let's say you lived in a neighborhood that was guaranteed to only be 18 plus, and they warned you ahead of time that there might be window gooners. I mean, does that still make it... Because it's almost like you're opting into it. And it is all people who have opted into seeing not safe for work content. Some say on a partially cloudy full moon night you can hear the splish splash. 18 plus horror game? The Window Gooner? Name of Vagine odor, X body spray, loud rice burners, and alcohol. Even at a naturist camp that's frowned upon? Well, I mean, yeah, because naturist is not about gooning, it's just about being naked. It's about being, you know, one with nature. Because there's nothing inherently sexual about being naked. Say that you can't legally enforce consent to anything sexual without the person having the right to refuse it at any point later on. Distilled, curing, damaging. Minus neutral, minus essence. Okay, so we only have essence and neutral utility effects. So they all go bye-bye, and we just get a damaging and curing. Okay, that's one way to do it. Village safe words. Just join our goon squad and stop being stiff about it. I mean, I think that the lesson out of this discussion is don't goon where other people can see it if they haven't consented to seeing it. Really what it comes down to. We can all agree on that much. Jeff said the safe word. Snail antenna tips. Called bull that every naturist can't help but post their tits on social media and flaunt themselves. Are you saying like people who call themselves naturists but they're just using it to sell their OnlyFans? I feel personally attacked. Oh, it was before the epidemic. Okay, so they've just evolved what they call themselves. But the intent is clear. Don't sexualize women, but I'm a naturist. Here's my link tree. Yeah, that'll work. Too many rules. I mean, there's so many double standards about all that stuff. I think it is what it is. I just think that there are double standards exist because men and women aren't the same and never will be the same. And they will never think the same. They will never act in the same ways, generally speaking. What are you gonna do? People are people. Nutrient utility minus main stat. Okay, so the restore health goes. Water breathing goes up. Concussive blast stays the same. Bro's ex-wife opened Facebook like 6 years ago and didn't expect to know what she looked like with nothing on. It was a bed sheet. Bed sheet as a profile picture on Facebook. Dodged a bullet there. Fermented snail antenna tips. Plus damaging, plus non-neutral, minus healing, minus stamina. Okay. Well, the water breathing should stay in this case. Are we making an item in database or crafting ingredient? This is alchemy ingredients. We added some new ones today. And it's not a quick procedure to make these, but it is what it is. Victoria's Secret models were more modest. That's true. Ones growing up also were added as friends because it was Facebook damn near a decade ago. Even they would laugh and cringe about it. When a woman calls themselves a yogi or a yogi? Is that a term? I haven't had Facebook for at least 10 years. Feels like it has to be 10 years. I deleted that shit a long time ago. How do you load this in? It's like permanent location memory. Are you reloading the data each time? I have an export script that I made that will export this to a file that can be imported into Unreal. And then I can just find the data table and re-import it. And then we're all good. Yeah, it's very useful. A little bit of setup to make, but it's worth it. You know, some things you can edit in Engine, you know, maybe they're not too long. They only have a few rows, whatever. But if you know that you're going to have a ton of data, make export scripts. Move to Linux and Unreal takes like 200 gigabytes of space. Jesus. Raptor ruined gaming for me. I now see data tables everywhere. In every game, even if it doesn't seem like there's a lot of data to it, there's probably more data than it looks like. And in data-heavy games, you don't want to know. Imagine a game like a sandbox game like RimWorld or Dwarf Fortress, how much data is behind that. Your game is really fun though? Well, thank you. I really hope so. Is it data or data? Shut up. How much data is there in Fortnite? That would require me to play Fortnite to know, honestly. And I have not looked at Fortnite really at all. Ever since it changed from being a zombie defense game. Healing plus down, minus non-neutral. I don't have any non-neutral. Build mode requirement? What is build mode? One of the poor SOBs that paid for that and got shafted. Dwarf Fortress literally crashes if you have too many cats. How many cats do you have in Dwarf Fortress? Crazy game though. I love it. Curing damaging minus neutral. Minus essence. Okay, water breathing goes. Concussive blast. Boost up. We'll add a cure poison. Used to have to build, now they have build free mode where it's just more of a battle royale without all that. Oh, so you don't have the people pressing macros to build some like crazy tower just to snipe some 7-year-old. I guess that's a good thing. It has to do with this amount of simulation required and exponential growth. It makes sense though. I mean, I'm really glad that those two guys that are just making Dwarf Fortress have made so much money from it. They really deserve it. I'd argue that they've had as much impact on the gaming industry as somebody like Notch. And the graphical update on Steam it's been awesome to see. Darwin Project, I don't know that one. Never look at Undertale's code as proof anyone can make a game with enough willpower. If your game runs and does what it's supposed to do, does it really matter how it's coded? Snail shell. I'm gonna just give this bulwark and slow. And ground would be plus non-neutral. So the slow goes up. And the cure gets poofed. Looks good. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the bathroom and then we will finish up with the flavor and that will be it for today. Flavor should be pretty quick though. BRB. Ugh. Hey Casper, are you still here? Out of curiosity. You know what I should do is I should add my own theme song to my playlist. Why have I not done that? We have an awesome main theme song for the game, and I have not even added it to my own playlist. Kind of rude. Here, I'll add it to the queue. We'll enjoy that next. The Cauldron Chronicles theme song. Oh, I should have frozen all this. Hold on. Alright, boar fur. Definitely doesn't have any sweetness. I don't know what fur tastes like. I've never eaten fur. I imagine it's not great. Probably not too characteristic. Be a little bit bitter. Boar meat. Balancing hell in the making. The good thing is, it's not a super hardcore game. I don't think it'll be too bad. As long as the player has enough options to do most of the things that they need to do, I'll be happy. That and flavor doesn't matter too much. But yes, this will be my job, and I look forward to it. I get a half chub thinking about all the balancing I'll have to do for this game. We consider gamey to be a bit earthy. Not really. I don't know what you could consider gamey. Because I can make gold. Definitely can. Good enough, I'm happy. This music sounds like a love scene from one of their medieval movies. This is the Cauldron Chronicles theme song. Kinda does though. We have we do have a main menu. I like it. The 3D main menu, so you can interact with things, play with the animals. Although right now they are bugged and not moving, so that will be fixed by the end of the week. Oh, it is nice. Googled the Cauldron Chronicles and some itch.io page came up with the anime game, and it is very pink. You Google Cauldron Chronicles and some itch.io page came up? Okay. Never heard of that. Is it like an alchemy game or something else? Permission for link? Yeah, you can link. Is this it? Oh yeah, it's like a potion game. Okay. When did this come out? 7 months ago. So this would have been after we had started working on our game. Don't worry, I won't send a cease and desist. I did a good job drawing the art, though. Really making an anime game. How do you feel about the uphill battle we presently face? Out of 50 games released every day last year on Steam, 37 made less than 5K. And with that many releases every day, fighting for attention of players who on average only buy and play around 4 games per year. Steam does a pretty good job at curating. The algorithm is harsh but fair. And it is just not enough to make a good game anymore. You need to market it well. Which is why aligning yourself with either a good marketing company or a publisher is arguably necessary to make a splash on Steam. Sorry, indie devs. You have a wishlist target before launch? I mean, I'm sure the publisher will. Speaking of games copying yours, it's not copying mine. It's just using the same name. Recently saw a game called Schedule 1 that is basically a copycat of Cauldron Chronicles. Not really. I've seen Schedule 1. I still have to play it, but it's not exactly the same thing. We're still an RPG at our core, and Schedule 1 is not an RPG, arguably. You're just joking. No, I think it's fair. I mean, it is similar. It has similar elements. But yeah, it's not competition or anything. It'll be up to marketing Twitch Talk. I mean, mostly it comes down to our budget, our PPU, what we intend to actually make from it. And then they'll have targets that they want to reach. It'd be funny to compare a truck game to yours, right? Didn't build a wishlist before starting development, screams and playway. Most indie developers who make Steam pages go way too soon. And if you make a Steam page, you get one chance in some cases. And people will not look at your Steam page again until Steam tells them to, which isn't guaranteed and it isn't very common. My goal is to not sell an incorrect game to the consumer. If they look at screenshots of our game, they're not seeing the game, they're seeing a prototype. And I don't think that's fair to them. Though I will say that publishers will not be very happy that I haven't made a Steam page. I know it, I know it, I know it. Not much I can do about that. Well, there is something I can do about that. Imagine butterfly wings are actually pretty bitter. To be fair, the average indie dev barely knows what a content calendar is, let alone how to build one for a marketing push. It's true. I know what it is, I certainly wouldn't know how to build one. That's why I ally myself with people that do know how to do that. Everything I've read from the old days, like the John Romero Carmack type stuff, they made revolutionary strides in gaming and were awarded well for it. Absolutely busted their butts and pushed tech to its limit back then. Now everyone who installs Unities thinks they were game dev. Different expectations, but you're not necessarily wrong. Super accomplished programmers like that still exist, but expectations have risen for games very highly. ChatGPT built me a marketing content calendar. I knew somebody who used ChatGPT for marketing advice. They used it to gauge whether or not a game idea was going to be successful or not. They no joke, no cap, FR, for real, used ChatGPT to ask it whether or not game ideas were good. Are any game ideas good? Is any game design bad? In my opinion, there is no bad game design. Just design that doesn't work for that game. Here's the marketing flowchart. Make an incredible game. Hope that it somehow goes viral and content creators will play it repeat until you have at least 100,000 Steam wishlist. Hostile and predatory game. Okay, well, you could argue that game design and whether or not it's considered good is different based on the desires of the company and the desires of the people who play it. 800% value in Diablo Immortal arguably is good for Blizzard. Not so good for the players. The challenge to create the most hostile game design feature ever a while back with my design team. It's a good challenge. It's a good thought exercise. I know some designers that could do that accidentally without thinking, and they would defend it as good game design. It's okay. They're not in this room for good reasons. For those reasons, actually. Take all the GT games released since the 90s and average out the cost they were retailed at. They would cost $91 today, and games today that are $50, $70 used to cost equivalent of $120, $150. No way you'd get anyone to do that now. Well, you were competing with fewer games. I agree. I agree that the price of games hasn't remained true with inflation, but that was the time where you would literally get like 3 games a year and you'd be able to play those. So I don't know, different market back then. But now you have far more people in gaming, so your ability to obtain larger amounts of profit has increased since there are just more gamers. Imagine civ design with the next turn approach. Instead of waiting for each player to finish their turn, the game tells you that, hey, player X has finished their turn, you've got X minutes to complete yours. I mean, that is real, sadly. That time goes down for every player that completes their turn. This was for a mobile game. Sadly, that exists. I mean, I get why it exists, where you have turn timers. Always the first thing I turn off. Nobody likes, especially when you have like a lot of micromanagement in your strategy game. Who the fuck wants a turn timer? I was never a big fan of civ games anyway. If you sell more copies, the price should stay the same or go down. Yeah, and you're competing too, with more games. They want to charge $200 for GTA 6. People will easily pay it. They will, but it would also hurt them in the bottom line. Have to do with the distribution. That's true. Logistics of getting a game to shelves. Yeah, it costs a lot less money to distribute a game nowadays. That's a very good point, Frank, too. Digital distribution has been great for gamers and for developers. Want old demo discs back. Next Fest is kind of like a digital demo disc. Next Fest has been one of the greatest things that Steam has ever done. Future digital streaming is digital streaming. They still have to solve some of the problems, but digital streaming has become a lot better than it used to be when Nvidia first came out with that feature. Actually, it was PlayStation that first. It was Sony that first came out with that feature. They bought oh god, I don't remember the name of the company, but they bought a company out that was investigating or looking into developing that. And then that was first implemented on the PS4 with the Vita. You could stream games to your Vita from your PS4. Shout out to the 2 Vita owners. Me and somebody else, right? Stadia? Stadia was later. There was something in... I still have free run feet opened on my... Sony PS4 game streaming. It was remote play, but they bought it from something. PlayStation Now. That's right. Gaikai. That's right, yes. They bought Gaikai. 16 years ago was when it was founded. And in 2014, they showed off demos of these games playable on the PlayStation Now and PlayStation Vita. Back when Sony was good. And now Sony is, yeah. Evil's design pattern you can think of as daily task reward system that shows the currency amounts you would have if you completed the tasks, then subtracts when you fail the tasks. We'll make a lump of negative reinforcement line to the player through UI elements. I mean, there's a lot of that shit. I hate dailies. I'll fucking play your game if I want to. The thing is, you know, we can say that the good old days of gaming were better, and I would agree. I don't think they'll ever go back, especially multiplayer games. Competitive multiplayer games have ruined multiplayer games. I don't even know if that's a hot take. Everything's live service, yeah. Everything has to be an infinite game. FOMO, yeah. I'm gonna be weird. I have no real lasting, meaningful memories of any achievement in a live service game. And it's not to say that I didn't have fun playing them, and I don't have memories of them, but I have no memories of achievements that had any meaning in these games. And I don't know if you guys feel the same way. Make a reward system that pops up when players log them 2 days in a row, give them a thing to say thanks. Players come back after more than a day apart, we'll give them the same gift. Remember my big achievement of Warframe stopped playing after the closed beta? Dude, I played like 3,000 hours of Warframe. think it's 3 of Warframe, 4 of PoE. Yeah. It's a good game. I mean, I love it. I'm happy with it. I spent a lot of time with it. I'm not upset with the amount of money that I spent on it. But I have no meaningful memories of this. I don't know what it is. What sort of memory would you want to have? They're just endless dopamine farms. And I love farming dopamine as much as anybody else. Don't get me wrong. Hey, fun beard. But this isn't creating memories for me. It's just like feeding an addiction. About Warframe PoEs that you can log into or not, it doesn't feel like you're missing out. I do like that. I mean, again, I don't think these are bad games. I don't hate these games. But when I compare them to, you know, memories that I get calling the World Serpent for the first time in God of War 2016 or whenever that came out. Beating The Last of Us for the first time. Beating Melania in Elden Ring. I don't know, it's just these give me so much. These are just way more memorable. I feel like the emotions are stronger, and so they're built to create memories in a better way. And I don't have any online game achievement from like an MMO game or a live service game that has done the same thing to me. Could just be me though. Memories from RuneScape? What have those achievements mean? I mean, you can't beat these games. There's no end to them. There's always something more to grind towards. I think there are certain ways to play MMOs that might give you those feelings, right? Like crazy, you know, Iron Man build, right? Like Limpward or something. Or some of what Verf does, but I just don't think that these games really at the end of the day provide anywhere near the same level of emotional accomplishment that something more story driven would give. I mean, my first time loading up Uncharted 2, seeing Nate with a gunshot wound on the train. Fucking memorable to me. I don't know. And whereas often you have to replay everything over and over again. Elden Ring bosses wouldn't be memorable if you had to farm them the way you do in Warframe. It could be. It could be that the grind inherently diminishes the emotion. And while the reward from a grind might give you back some of it, it doesn't give you back all of it. Especially when you realize how much time you spent on that grind. And realizing that that grind was just another one to lead to the next one. And the next one is going to be longer than that one. And it just keeps going and going and going. People aren't satisfied with single player experiences anymore. I am. I'm starting to reclaim my gaming life from MMOs and live service games. It's going to be a long recovery. I've been an addict for a very long time to the dopamine rush, the farming. I'm going back. And I'm hitting up a big ass backlog of single player games and meaningful games. Just play PoE 2. No. And it's not that I won't play these games in the future, but I'm not going to become addicted to them again. I loaded up Riven, the remake of Riven, 1997 game remade in Unreal Engine 5, and I'm having fun with it. And I feel like that's going to be a game that I remember. Spyro streams. There are a couple games coming out this month and next month that I would like to play. I don't know if I will, just because of I have to, get all my pitches and shit ready. But for sure, once we come back from that and we get some free time, I'd like to check them out. Primarily like Doom, Dark Ages, hell yeah, Mandragora, Expedition 33. I think next month, there's the two things coming out. There's Expedition 33 and Mandragora that I want to play this month. And next month is Doom and Night Rain on the 30th. So I don't know. I'll play more MMOs in the future. I'm gonna try them out, but I'm not gonna get attached to any of them. I'm done. It's over. Cauldron Chronicles is gonna have the best alchemist leaderboard. Define best alchemist. Logs in every day and does all their quests. Nope. Premium game, you pay for it once, you get it. If you want to pirate it, I don't give a shit. Piracy is not a lost sale in most cases. Have fun, mod it, cheat in it, don't care. Enjoy it. Publishers hate this one simple trick, and it's called being good to your customers. You even play a game that doesn't force you to play more by comparing you with others. Well, clearly multiplayer games have gone that way. I remember back in the good old days of playing, like, not just even PS2 multiplayer games, but the first, like, good online multiplayer games. Those days are over. It's all competitive now. Everything has to be about reaction timing and not about strategy. And if you disallow cheats and piracy, they still will. I'm disallowing cheats, or I can't disallow piracy. You can't solve piracy. People are gonna pirate. In most cases, just good, fair regional pricing and a good demo can solve many problems with piracy. And the rest of those people can't afford the game anyway, so what's the big loss? Piracy is much less common than it used to be. I think it's still common, it depends on region. Depends on reason as well. Increase the budget 10 times and put Denuvo on it. Dude, I saw a guy here in Poland walking around with a Denuvo shirt on. And I was actually offended. I didn't say anything to him, but I saw it, I'm like, walking around with a shirt that says, "Yeah, I love killing innocent puppies." And also, yes, live service games then have that inherent ability to prevent a lot of piracy. But I don't care if my game is cracked the day of release. I couldn't give a shit. All I hope is that you like the game and that if you have the money in the future, you support us financially. That's it. I'll even put my own game up on piracy sites because I really don't care. Introduce weird bugs that only happen to the pirated copy. I don't know if I did introduce any bugs. I mean, a fun little Easter egg maybe, or a little pop-up that says, "Hey, hope you like the game. Notice you're playing a pirated copy. Enjoy it." And if you have a, if the pricing in your country is not set up properly, let us know in the Discord, and we'll try to get that sorted out. I know you're playing a pirated copy. Enjoy it, bitch. Yeah, I got into a Twitter argument about people with that. The numbers don't lie, though. But the Roto will post about it and expose the game much more with something like that. A good attitude. Hope you find a publisher that agrees. We need more devs like that. Hope I can be that kind of dev too. I think finding a publisher that agrees with that will be near impossible. But I think I think there are some people that if you reasonably show them the statistics of people who pirate and what the plan is, not only is it free advertising, because people will post about it on Reddit. They'll say, look at what this developer said about piracy. And it's a good thing. Like, people will then buy an extra, they'll say, I bought an extra copy for a friend because he couldn't afford it and I wanted to support the developer. Mirror's Edge makes pirated copies slow your character down after 30 minutes? I wouldn't do this shit like that. Yeah, I mean, stuff like that will go viral. You're absolutely right, Chasing Sunday. And it's a positive thing to go viral about. It's free marketing. Any publisher who denies that would be kind of retarded. Wouldn't be new for them, though. Distilled. Games de Nouveau, I don't ever buy it, even if I would have originally. I mean, from the stats that we've gotten, the best thing to do is just to not say anything about piracy at all and let it happen. You can't fight against it. The worst thing to do is to actively try to fight against it and say bad things about people who pirate. Because much of the time it's people who can't afford your game. And if you shit on them for not having enough money, they're never going to buy your game. They will never support you. So it's the money that they're willing to raise the budget to afford de Nouveau while also ruining the gameplay performance. Not being poor clearly fixed. I mean, you say that as a joke. That is literally what I saw somebody tweet who was not liking what I was saying about piracy. Their argument was just, as a quote, just make more money. Dumb. Completely dumb. Good enough. Good enough for me. Look to try something before they buy it. Yeah, I do that. If a game doesn't have a demo trial, they expect piracy anyways. Even if the person will actually buy it in the end. Burned way too many times on bad games. Yeah, I pirate to try if there's no demo. Simple as that. That's why Next Fest is so great. Encouraging more developers to make demos will cut down on one of the biggest causes for piracy. Especially in developed countries where the reason for piracy is not because they can't afford it, but because they want to try it. In more developing countries, let's say, the biggest reason for piracy is that they cannot afford the game. So, make a demo, price your game regionally in a fair manner. Anyone who's left will not have been a lost sale because they can't afford your game or they never would have bought your game. And somebody pirating your game to try it or playing a demo before they buy it is also a way to help increase your average review score, because people who would have been filtered out by playing the game and realizing that they wouldn't have liked it don't buy your game, don't leave a negative review, and they won't say bad things about your game because they'll just say, yeah, it's not my cup of tea. They will feel a lot worse if they feel like they lost money and they can't get that money back. Have bought games that are part of them? Not often though. I have. Yeah, I absolutely have. I did that with 2 Point Museum recently. Or not 2 Point Museum, it was something. I didn't play this. I got it for free. Don't look at that. Foundation. Yeah. I pirated Foundation. I played it. I liked it. I bought it. If you make a good game and you price it fairly, most people will want to buy it simply because you get a better service from Steam than you do from pirating. Nobody wants to have to keep their pirated copy of a game up to date, and then Steam Workshop, you know, it's like, well, it's easier just to download mods from there than it is to have to install them manually. Okay, the game's $15, I like it. I'll just buy it. Yeah, they want the updates, no viruses, all that shit. Much better service on Steam, which is what even Gabe Newell said himself. Piracy is primarily a service problem. Provide a better service than the pirates are giving them. You solve a lot of piracy. And with Game Pass. Game Pass is unfortunately not the greatest on developers. Awesome. We technically need to introduce item gathering tasks for the new ingredients. Oh, I need the junk items introduced too. Hold on. The boar tooth necklace and the platopo hide. We can connect up those faction quests tomorrow. I do not have strings for these. Let's implement those. Introduction to Steam, I think reduced piracy by more than 50%. Was easier to but then to do it than to find it. Could be true. All I know for sure, if you can't say anything to try and solve piracy in a positive way, then you shouldn't say anything at all. People on Twitter. Okay, let's see. No blueprint value. Bit high. Is usable? No. No. Exclude from random loot. Sure. Platopo hide. Not that. Not the normal map, please. Value. That'll work. Did we set those up in the loot table though? I think we did. Yeah. Having a few different teleport spots would be nice. But time that I spend creating cheats is time that I'm not spending creating features and content. But also creating those cheats would increase the speed at which I can test out some of this content. There's a fucking Platopo. Look at that little bitch. Oh, he deaders. Here's what'll happen if I just let him sit there. I think this sack that gets spawned is not buoyant. Yeah. Is that just rolling down the hill though, or is it actually getting pulled by the currents? No, it should be just rolling. Very good. Thank you for compiling shaders while I'm playing. Appreciate that. Okay, I think that handles all the ingredients and junk added for the animals, and I would just need to add in our tasks. And then there was that weird audio when going underwater is fuckered. I'm gonna try to find out which update caused that. We'll figure that out. I'm pretty sure it was working yesterday. I can test that pretty quick, actually. Added in all ingredients and junk items, as well as loot tables for animals. I'm curious if that was caused I'll check here. Shut up, bitch. I feel like it is happening here. Well, there's also a separate problem here with that. Wait, is it? Hold on. Yeah, I can't hear the... I can't hear the underwater sounds anymore, and they aren't doing the transition that they should be doing. Oh wait, no, I can? Doing something weird. Okay. I would have noticed that happening. If we can go back to a version where that doesn't happen, you'll be able to hear it immediately. Probably mostly noticeable with playing like some weather. I mean, I did add some sounds. I don't think I made any changes to like sound classes, as far as I know. I certainly didn't touch water. Isn't that weird? The feature? I wonder. Out of curiosity. Oops. It sounds like there's some class issue, because why would it be muting the music? What the fuck? Game, are you okay? Are you having a hernia? Broke it also, dude. Something weird. It was only happy. I'm like, I would have definitely heard the issue with the music. Like a concurrency setting. Okay, I'm nearly 100% sure it was working just fine in this version. This is before our cheat menu even, so I have to just run over there. Yeah, normal. Huh. Wonder when that started. We know what's still happening here. Not that I'm going to blame Kotz or anything, but let's switch before the merge from his branch. Okay, we will get to blame him if he did cause it. I'll keep the music paused for now so I can hear it properly. Hell's dev. First time here to get flashed by the blue dick boy. He does like to do that. Okay, so it's being caused here too. Thank you for the follow, man. I am about to get up, but I was investigating a bug and I'm trying to find out where it started. One of these. I don't think anything here could have caused it. I guess better safe than sorry, right? Just keep checking each, going backwards. I don't recall making a change to a sound class. Or to some concurrency settings, but maybe I did do that. Blue Dick Boy, the main character? For some people. Was that gooey? That is a plastic SCM. Yeah, it's still happening here. It's a version control software. We don't use Git or anything. Wait, didn't I just check this one? Or was I checking this one? Was the I'm drained, I'm done widget interaction can go fuck itself. I'll deal with this shit on Monday if I don't end myself first. What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of game development? What are watermelons? Yeah, I do remember that day now. I remember that day we did fix the problem with widget interaction. Sorry, I know it's awkward without music, but I gotta listen. Okay. I did see the game, yeah. Nope. The bug is something weird going on with the... Oh, I have multiple versions of Unreal open. That's always recommended. There's no way that's the cause of the problem, right? Something weird with going underwater. It's causing like some weird glitches, and I'm trying to wonder what I would have done. That wouldn't have caused it. It's just a function library change. Books. This was the cheat menu, and maybe the cheat menu is... I know I did some changes with the cheat menu. I was messing around with some audio classes with that. So it probably happens here, and it might not happen in change set 316. We shall see. Ear infection. I remember because I was originally trying to do the toggle mute with a different... I was doing it with a subclass, an audio subclass. Wasn't really working properly. I thought I had fixed it and reverted it, but maybe I didn't. Happening here. Well, let me check that after I confirm that it probably isn't happening in this change set. And I could probably just revert back to this change set's master audio class, since I don't think I've made any changes in the meantime. I'll actually maybe keep the music on because it is a good indicator. Because it's constant noise. Ignore that. Yep, no problem here. Under the plastic, I see I'm your Unity DevOps pricing. I think the Unity DevOps pricing, they only charge me $5 a month. Or like $6 or something. It's pretty fair. And we have a pretty big repo. Okay, so it's not caused here, which means it was caused by that subclass fucking around that I didn't get rid of. Probably an SC master. I think that I can remove that. So let me download SC master. The wrong thing. It's the one that charges $5 per month for 5 to 25 gigabytes of storage. The DevOps one is funky and changes the variable rate per gigabyte. Okay, so yeah, whatever is that one, because we don't get charged very much. We're probably going to switch over to Diversion, though, since it seems better for game dev and has even better pricing. And from everybody who's been using it, they say that it's much better. But I'm definitely not going to use Perforce. And Plastic is okay, but if Diversion is better, then I'll try Diversion. But we'll look into that for entering production. Please no per force. Yeah, I don't understand why per force is the industry standard. I don't like it. I don't understand it. It's expensive as shit too. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what the problem is first. In worst case, I'll just shove it back to what it was. It would have been that, likely. Using diversion as a noob dev, it's easier to set up than all the other stuff. Okay, that's a good indicator. What are you using instead of perforce? I'm using plastic SCM, but I'm going to try diversion. The GUI is trying hard to be GitHub Desktop. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I've never used GitHub Desktop. That's all it was. It was that stupid subclass mix. Okay. Yeah, we don't need that. Because we do our muting in a different way anyway. What's your preference? I've never used GitHub Desktop. I've never had to use GitHub because it doesn't support large files anyway. Does why I get LFS? Oh, I don't fucking know what that is. You guys are the clear masters of knowledge when it comes to this. Only one hub Microraptor Games uses frequently? True. And it's called Twink Hub. Okay. I will stop the loud noise. That's good. I fixed that. That was an easy fix. Let me check that out. And I'll upload that and I'll get going for the day. And I will be back on tomorrow. Fixed a problem with the master audio class being a bitch. True. And it'd be nice to clean up my desktop one of these days too. We'll worry about that later. Ear infection cured, yeah. That was weird. I didn't think that would cause that. I don't know why I was doing that, but we did it. LF, yeah, I don't know what the fuck LFS is. Can you please get back to me about the potion? Yes, different way. I meant to. I'm sorry. Yesterday I was working till like 8 p.m. and I feel really bad. But in general, yes, I would love to, and it looks awesome. And we'll find a way to do it. But either way, guys, take care. I will see you later. Different way, I will contact you after work. I just got to go to the store a bit and chop. So it'll be hour and a half max. Take care. Thank you for coming out today. Thank you for all the follows today, guys. We are nearing 800 followers, so thank you so much. And see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European Time for more, where we will continue with setting up the animal loot tables and all the tasks related to the new ingredients that we've added. And then we will pursue on from that. So take care, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your April Fool's Day. Peace. Bye-bye.